All right. Good afternoon and welcome to the Lincoln City Council meeting of December 12th, 2022. In accordance with LB 898, please be advised that a copy of the Open Meetings Act is posted at the back of the chamber by the northwest door. Let us all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a short period of silent meditation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The order of business of the City Council is as follows. The clerk will call the items listed on the agenda. Under public hearing, anyone wishing to speak on an item should come forward after the clerk reads that item. The council shall require any member of the public desiring to address the council to identify themselves, the name of an organization or group, including an address that you may be representing by such person or group, unless the address requirement is waived to protect the security of the individual. The applicant may then make one short rebuttal. Each speaker should begin by stating their name, address, organization, or group, and whether you are speaking in favor of or in opposition to the item. Testimony will be limited to 5 minutes per speaker. After all public hearings, the council will vote on resolutions and items listed under third reading. On the second and last Mondays of the month, immediately prior to adjournment, anyone may speak on any issue not on the agenda for that date nor planned for a future agenda. This evening is one of those evenings. Madam Clerk, will you please call the first item of business?
Our first item of business is memo. Due to the Christmas and New Year holidays, City Council will not meet on December 26, 2022 and January 2nd of 2023. Also, we have a sign-up table up front located in front of the chambers for those of you that are wanting to sign up to testify on particular items. You can sign up ahead of time, and when that section 5 of the public hearing comes up, I will call each of those testifiers by name. We'll also have a sign-up sheet here for any other items for anyone else to sign as well. So first portion of our agenda is the consent agenda, sections 1 and sections 2.
Is there anyone present that would like to comment on either items, sections 1 or section 2? Please come forward. Thank you. Anyone present for either on item section 1 or section 2? Welcome, Director.
Good afternoon, councilors. Maggie Stuckey-Ross with Parks and Recreation. I'm excited to introduce you to Claudia Pancoke, who is a nominee to serve on the Lincoln Women's Municipal Golf, as the Lincoln Women's Municipal Golf Association representative on our Golf Advisory Council. So, Claudia, if you want to just come up and say hello. Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Pancoke.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you have applied or for this position?
A little bit about myself. Basically, I'm retired now, took golf up as a pastime, fell in love, of course, and I'm a member of the Women's Municipal Golf Association and was elected president for this next year. So I'm very excited about the opportunity to represent the organization and work with the city in any way possible. The golf courses are amazing.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Pancoke?
All right, thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. Thank you, Director. Anyone else present on either items 1 or item number 2?
Hey.
Welcome.
Gary Bergstrom, Air Quality Program Supervisor for the Lincoln-Lancaster County Health Department. Here to introduce the Ed Hubbs and Tori Wilson for the Air Pollution Control Advisory Board. I'm going to just give you a little bit short background information on the Air Pollution Control Advisory Board. It's a 9-member board consisting of 4 industry representatives and 5 public representatives. And we are looking to add 2 members to the board because we had one every year. We have 3 members up for appointment. One of those members, Brian Wirtz, you guys approved back in September. We had 2 vacancies up, and so we're asking for approval of these 2 individuals. Give you a little bit of an introduction on Ed Hubbs. Ed is currently the Habitat and Private Lands Manager for the Spring Creek Prairie Audubon Center. He also is very actively involved in the Tri-County Prescribed Burn Association. He's worked with our department and with part of the multi-agency effort to address smokes from prescribed burning from Kansas, Oklahoma, Nebraska. And we really wanted his perspective on the board as a representative of agencies who are involved in burning. It really kind of helping strengthen that communication back and forth and really informing us and then allowing us to kind of use that conduit as feedback to those organizations. And so welcome Ed up here. And
Very good. Welcome.
As Gary said, my name's Ed Hubbs. I've been at Spring Creek Prairie Audubon Center using prescribed fire professionally for about 8+ years, but I've been doing it as a volunteer for 15-ish years. I've been president of Tri-County Prescribed Burn Association for about 6 years, and that operates in Lancaster, Seward, and Saline counties. We help a handful of landowners every year to safely conduct prescribed burns on their property. That's really a really effective way to manage their properties, and so that's one of the things I really want to bring that perspective to the board. I think it's really important to have somebody who actually is doing that on the ground, and in light of the recent wildfires as well, you know, prescribed burning can be a mitigating tool in those situations. So I think it's really useful and important to be able to continue to utilize that and have that voice on the board.
Thank you very much. Any questions for either gentleman? Okay. Thank you very much,
You're welcome.
both of you.
I'll speak briefly too as Tori Wilson.
Sure.
She sends her apologies. She was not able to make it tonight. But Tori Wilson works in the environmental auditing department out at Duncan Aviation. She would be an industry rep. I should point out Ed would be serving as a public representative. Tori would be an industry representative. But in her work at the auditing department, she's really developed a strong understanding of the different processes, the materials, the things that go into their manufacturing activities out there to start developing understanding of the environmental regulations as well. And so we look to her to kind of, one, again, serve as a representative of a pretty well-respected company that's had a really good track record of environmental compliance for the past 20+ years, and really kind of help build her competency in that as well. And so I'll answer any questions I can regarding her.
Questions at all? Okay. All right.
All right,
Thank you
for your time.
again.
Yep.
Mhm. Anyone else present to comment on item number 1 or item number 2? Okay. All right. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can we please move on?
We can now vote on these items. Item 1A is appointing Ed Hubbs to the Air Pollution Control Advisory Board for a term to expire on December 12th, 2025, introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Seconded by Washington. Further discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Raybold?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 1B is appointing Tori Wilson to the Air Pollution Control Advisory Board for a term to expire December 12th, 2025, introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Raybold. Further discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Raybold?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 1C is appointing Claudia Pancoke to the Lincoln Municipal Golf Advisory Committee for a 1-year term starting January 1st, 2023 through January 1st, 2024, introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by McGinnis. Further discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Washington?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Okay. That concludes our consent agenda. We shall now move on to Section 3, our public hearing liquor resolutions. I'll be calling items 3A, 3B, 3C, and 3D together. Item 3A is application of Zipline Brewing Company LLC doing business as Zipline Brewing Company for a Class L liquor license located at 21 Magnum Circle, Suite 1 through 5, as well as the application of Zipline Brewing Company for a Class ABK liquor license located at 2100 Magnum Circle, Suite 1 through 5, as well as an additional application for Zipline Brewing Company for a Class AB liquor license located at 5740 Hyde Coat Drive, Suite B, and the related manager application of Marcus A. Powers for Zipline Brewing Company LLC, doing business as Zipline Brewing, located at 2100 Magnum Circle, Suite 1 through 5, and 5740 High Coat Drive.
Is there anyone present to speak on these items, 3A through 3D? Anyone present to speak on these applications? All right. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, let's move on.
Okay, I'll be calling item 3E, manager application of Salomon Atay for Round 1 Entertainment, Inc., doing business as Round 1 Bowling and Amusement located at 6100 O Street, Suite 190A.
Is there anyone present to speak? Okay, come on down. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Drew Dixon. I'm the district manager with Round 1.
And I'm Solomon Atahi. I'm the general manager applying.
Thank you. You want to tell us a little bit about your business and your application?
Yeah, so we're based in California. We are a bowling and amusement entertainment business, so kind of like Dave & Buster's. We're in Gateway Mall. We do have food and bev, bar, amusement, bowling. So we kind of cater to the family entertainment.
Very good. Questions for our applicants? Any questions? All right. Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, let's move on, Madam Clerk.
I'm going to call item 3F, application of Royal Order of Jesters, Lincoln Court Number 118, doing business as Royal Order of Jesters for a special designated license to cover an indoor area measuring approximately 96 feet by 76 feet and Country Inn Suites at 5353 North 27th Street on July 13th, 2023, from 12 p.m. till 2 a.m., as well as additional days that was not on the agenda. It would be for July 14th, 2023, from 12 p.m. to 2 a.m., and also July 15th at 12 p.m. through 2 a.m.
Mr. Hunziker, welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the council, Mark Hunziker appearing on behalf of the applicant. This is Gene Sibley, who's the impresario of the organization. We're just here to answer any questions you might have.
Questions for our applicant or Mr. Hunziker?
July's a long way off.
I have one question.
Oh, yes, sorry. Councilwoman Washington.
Thank you for coming down to City Council, and thank you for the opportunity to learn something brand new. When I was reading through the agenda, I'd never heard of the Royal Order of Jesters. Since you are moving, or you're adding dates that we didn't see, could you explain a little bit about the event that you're planning?
This is an annual event. It's an organization that has affiliated organizations nationwide. We have a number of people who come in every year from all over the country for this event, and it's a 3-day. 3 days pretty much devoted to just having a good time. And this is an organization that is affiliated with the Masons and the Shrine. The Shrine is sometimes referred to as the playground of Masonry, but they have a serious purpose. The Jesters really don't have a serious purpose. It's just to have fun.
Sir, do you agree with this?
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. All right, let's move on.
We can now vote on these items.
Madam Chair, seeing no one else coming forward, I'd like to move approval of items 3A through 3F.
Second.
Seconded by Raybold. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Bowers?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Thank Thank you, everyone. We shall move on to Section 4, Public Hearing Resolutions. Item 4A is accepting and approving the report of new and pending claims against the city for November 16th through November 30th, 2022.
Is there anyone present to speak on this item, on this issue? Anyone present on claims, item 4A? Anyone? Okay. All right, seeing none, I don't believe, Madam Clerk. I think we can, let's move on.
Be calling item 4B.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, wait, it's a voting session we go back to. We have a motion. I'm sorry. Thank you. Please continue, Madam Clerk.
Sure. I'll call item 4B, assessing the costs incurred for cutting, clearing, and removing weeds against the various benefited properties for the period of November 1st, 2021 through October 31st of 2022.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council. Brent Meyer, Director of the Lincoln-Lancaster County Weed Abatement Authority. So what you have before you this afternoon are the assessments of properties that we did abatements on throughout this growing season. These are the ones that remain unpaid at this time. From here forward, they'll just go as a lien against the property. So is there any questions I can answer on the process or what this is?
Questions for Mr. Meyer? Comments? All right.
Okay,
I don't believe
thank
so.
you.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else here to testify on item 4B?
Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are ready to move on.
I'll call item 4C, approving the declaration of trust and interlocal agreement authorizing the City of Lincoln to join the Nebraska Cooperative Liquid Asset Security Systems Nebraska Class or NE Class for the purpose of short-term investments of idle cash.
Welcome, Director Heaton.
Good afternoon,
Our treasurer, welcome, Tammy.
Chairwoman Ward and members of the council. My name is Lynn Heaton, City Finance Director, 555 South 10th Street. With me here this afternoon is City Treasurer Tammy Wissing. And also in the audience, should you have any really tough questions for us, is Aaron Boss, who is with Public Trust, and they administer the pool. This item is for your approval of a declaration of trust and interlocal cooperation agreement, simply to allow us an additional short-term investment option. And so this is actually a pooled fund. It will include a number of other Nebraska municipalities and governments. Important for your consideration is that this pool will be invested in a manner that is consistent with the city's investment policy, which essentially prioritizes safety of principal and liquidity, and then investment return. So we'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for Director Heaton or for our city treasurer? Yes, Councilwoman Washington, did you have a question? Okay.
Much. Thank you for coming
Yes,
this
of course.
afternoon, and the both of you. Is this the first time the City of Lincoln has come into this pool?
Has, to your knowledge, this is new to this pool, that's correct. This is brand new.
Okay.
To your knowledge, has the city been a member of a pool
Not
prior?
to my knowledge, but
We're both somewhat new, so, but yeah, no, this is brand new for us.
And then what percentage of the pool is Lincoln within this? I mean, I'm assuming we're not the only
Oh, no.
party, so what percentage are we?
I may have to see if Aaron has an opportunity to share.
it's brand new, so we're
Yeah,
still,
so they are still marketing the pool
Okay.
to other local governments, so it's probably a little difficult to
Okay.
say at this point.
Thank you for having me. My name is Aaron Boss. I represent Public Trust Advisors. So in terms of the totality of Lincoln's involvement, that will depend on Lynn and Tammy's involvement. In terms of, we'll launch next month. So we'll launch early in January. So we still have a number of different entities coming in, joining the pool. So
The pool close when it's launched?
No.
So you can come in and out?
yeah, this is for the state of Nebraska. Lincoln's involvement has been fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other questions? I have a question for Aaron, perhaps, or not that you others can't answer it.
No,
but,
go ahead.
So you mentioned other municipalities. Could you name a few, or is it an exhaustive list of other Nebraska municipalities?
Well, it is an it's a little
But
bit of
for
both.
example, yeah.
No, it is an exhaustive list so far, but in terms of Lincoln size, Bellevue's on board as well.
Okay.
But there's going to be all scopes and sizes. So
Okay.
cities the size of Bellevue and Lincoln, and then smaller cities like Fall City, Tecumseh,
Rural
Schuyler,
communities.
everything.
Okay.
Yep.
Is
absolutely.
Omaha participating?
Omaha's not. No.
Okay.
At this current juncture.
Okay. Is there a deadline for participation?
No, there's not.
Okay, interesting. Okay, thank you.
I
Yes.
actually have one more
Yes,
question.
Councilwoman Washington?
Thank you. So I noticed that this is a Nebraska class, but I also noticed that there was some requirement for there to be a Nebraska bank. But then I saw that this is based in Colorado. There's a Colorado bank or a Kansas bank or a Colorado organization. So where is this
Yep.
based?
I can speak to that.
Okay.
Yeah. So, no, the banking, in terms of the banking policy, you have to have a brick and mortar bank here in the state of Nebraska. UMB will be our custodian.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you all very much. All right, Madam Clerk, or any other persons wanting to speak on this item? Item 4C. Anybody else? Okay, let's move on.
Item 4D, resolution authorizing the Lincoln Lancaster County Public Building Commission to proceed with property purchase.
Welcome, Ms. Peterson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councilors. I am Karen Peterson. I'm here today as the administrator for the Public Building Commission. You have a resolution in front of you that allows us to purchase a property, a plot of land that we've kind of been watching for a few years. It's no surprise that surface parking is a little bit tight. This lot is directly to the west of a property that you already own in 50% ownership with Lancaster County, the Public Defender's Building. The lots meet up. They have some parking in behind their building. We are looking to take this house down and extend that lot. So this would get us about 17 to 21 more surface stalls.
Great, okay, questions? Comments? Well, parking is always a good thing. Your favorite issue?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Anyone else like to speak on this item? Item 4D. Anyone else? All right, we can move on, Madam Clerk.
Okay. There's no further testimony, so we can vote on these items. I'll be calling item 4A, accepting and approving the report of new and pending claims against the city for November 16th through November 30th, 2022, introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Raybold, and I will recognize you, Councilwoman, for
Yes, I
motions.
would like to make a motion to amend number 1 to put the claim of Joyce Larrivee in the allowed claims category because the claim has been settled.
Second.
Seconded by Beckius. Any further discussion? All right. Seeing none, please call the vote.
Calling the vote on the motion to amend number 1, Schob,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Councilwoman Raybold.
I have another motion to amend number 2. It would be to remove the claim of Wyatt Ray, should be removed from the list of denied claims. The claimant has requested that his claim be heard at a later date.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Washington. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Schob,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
And now back to the main motion.
Schob,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
All right.
Item 4B is assessing the costs incurred for cutting, clearing, and removing weeds against the various benefited properties for the period of November 1st, 2021 through October 31st, 2022. Introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Raybold. Further discussion? Seeing none, Oh, yes, excuse me. Councilwoman Washington, you're recognized. I beg your pardon.
Madam Chair, I would like to offer an amendment to this one. The list that was published has since been updated. The total amount now, instead of being $34,730, is $28,181.25, and the number of claims has also dropped. Pardon me, I'm looking at I think we've dropped a few down. I'm sorry, I don't have a total number there, but.
Second.
Okay.
Seconded by Raybold. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Washington.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. I'll be calling the main motion. Washington.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay.
Okay, I'll call item 4C, approving the declaration of trust and interlocal agreement authorizing the City of Lincoln to join the Nebraska Cooperative Liquid Asset Security Systems, Nebraska Class or NE Class, for the purpose of short-term investments of idle cash, introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Raybold. Further discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Beckius.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 4D, resolution authorizing the Lincoln Lancaster County Public Building Commission to proceed with property purchase, introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Beckius. Further discussion? Councilwoman Raybold.
Yes, I just want to let everyone know that this was a unanimous consent by the members of the Public Building Commission, because we all recognize that we do need more parking, and this is a wonderful opportunity. And I thank Karen for having been very diligent in conversations with the family about selling the house, and it makes a lot of sense. And what makes even more sense is that it should be torn down.
Any further discussion? All right. Thank you, Councilwoman Raybold. All right. Seeing none, please call the vote.
Raybold.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Right.
Okay, that concludes our Section 4, Public Hearing Resolutions. I shall now move on to Section 5, Public Hearing Ordinances, Second Reading, and Related Resolutions. Item 5A is approving the lease agreement between the City of Lincoln and Grace Lutheran Church for the lease of space by Aging Partners for its Senior Center program at 2225 Washington Street from December 1st, 2022 through August 31st of 2024.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Randy Jones. I'm Director of the Department of Aging, also known as Aging Partners for the city. Aging Partners has operated a senior center in the basement of St. James United Methodist Church on Lake Street for many, many years, and has enjoyed that relationship. That property has been sold to another church organization, and we find it in our best interest to find an alternate location. We found an excellent replacement at Grace Lutheran Church at 22nd and Washington Street. That location will allow us to continue our presence in the Irvingdale and near South neighborhoods. The new site will be cost neutral and provide additional square footage for ourselves for programming, and it also improves our ability to meet ADA requirements. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions for Director Jones? Comments? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Randy. All right. We can move on. Or is there anyone else that would like to speak on item 5A? Anyone else present on item 5A?
Scott. Okay, we shall move on to item 5B, amending the pay schedule for employee group whose classification are assigned to the pay range which is prefixed by N by changing the pay range from class for a Class 5338 dental assistant from N03 to N13.
Hi, good afternoon. Barb McIntyre, Human Resources Director, 575 South 10th. I have to remember we moved. And we got requested to take a look at this classification. We've had it for a long time, but we were really struggling to hire those dental assistants. So we did a compensation study, and one had not been done since the 90s, and found that we were behind market. So we are just correcting that to enable us to hire into this classification again, because obviously they're an important part of the health department team. So,
All right. Any questions for Director McIntyre? All right. Thank you very much for being here. And you're up next?
Mm-hmm.
You are. All right. We can move on to item 5C.
Item 5C is amending Lincoln Municipal Code Chapter 2.76 Personnel System by adding a new section number 2.76.402 entitled City Protected Family Leave to add job protected family leave for city employees for the birth, adoption, placement, or bonding of a child for both parents if they are employed with the city.
Yeah, Barb McIntyre, Human Resources Director, 575 South 10th. So what we're trying to do here is we took a good look at FMLA and our policies around FMLA, and FMLA has this very narrow carve-out where it makes an exception so an employee would not get their full 12 weeks of FMLA. And that's around, I'm going to call it acquiring a new child. So if both spouses, and you have to be married, acquire a new child, and they both work for the city of Lincoln, they have to split that 12 weeks of FMLA leave protected time between them instead of both getting their full 12 weeks of FMLA. And we really thought about that and looked at it and thought, well, it's really not the intent or spirit of what we want. We really want people to have as much time when they acquire that new child for bonding or other things, and we didn't want spouses and that very narrow carve out to have to split that. So we're creating some city protected leave, which will be used in conjunction with FMLA, so they both get 12 weeks of protected time, and that's unpaid leave time to bond with the child and recover if it's a new mom who gave birth, things like that. So it just expands that projection so they both get those 12 weeks in those circumstances.
Any questions for Director McIntyre? Comments?
Thank you.
Right.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Anyone else present that would like to testify on item 5D? Excuse me, 5C. Anyone else? All right, let's move on.
Item 5D, an ordinance amending, authorizing, and providing for the issuance of small issue tax allocation bonds to provide for a repayment term to up to 20 years and to increase the interest rate to value not to exceed the 10-year Treasury constant rate at the time of issuance plus 100 basis points.
Good afternoon, Dan Marvin, Urban Development, 555 South 10th Street. This came about because in 2007 we had a small TIF ordinance, and in that TIF ordinance it anticipated 15 years worth of time for tax increment financing, and it anticipated 50 basis points above the 10-year Treasury. Fast forward to November of 2020, and the state passed, there was a statewide vote that allowed for extremely blighted in TIF areas to extend to 20 years. And so what this does is mirrors the extension to 20 years. And because of the longer time, we increased the amount of interest rate from 0.5% above the 10-year Treasury to 1% above the 10-year Treasury. Other than that, it doesn't change the quantity of the amount of small TIF outstanding or other elements of the program.
Any questions for Director Marvin? Councilman McGinnis.
This only applies to extremely blighted?
So in areas where council has deemed an area as extremely blighted, those areas are eligible for a payback period of 20 years as opposed to 15 years. So for instance, in Finke Gardens was a small TIF project, but it was not in an area identified as extremely blighted, so it would have fallen under a 15-year payback period.
Okay.
Other questions for Director Marvin? Other comments? All right. Seeing none, thank you very much, Director. Anyone else present that would like to comment on this item? Anyone else? Okay. Seeing none, let's move on.
I'll be calling item 5E, amending Lincoln Municipal Code Sections 5.52.050, maximum number of shared mobility device permits and shared mobility devices permitted, maximum speed, geographical areas of use to provide that the director may issue up to 3 shared mobility device permits authorizing deployment of shared mobility devices at any one time.
Hello, everyone. Name is Roberto Partita, Transportation Planner, 949 West Bond Street. Here to answer any questions if you have any.
Questions for Roberto? Yes, Councilwoman Washington.
So I read this as one more vendor can bring in electric scooters to Lincoln. Will they have the same parameters as the other vendors?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other changes?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you.
I have a question. Go ahead, Councilman Shob.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for coming down. I've received several phone calls from people in neighborhoods outside of the core. I think we didn't communicate well that we'd expanded the footprint. And many of those calls were saying, somebody abandoned a scooter in my neighborhood. I'm sure you've received some of them. I think I've forwarded a few of them to you. Is there some policy how we encourage the vendors to do a better job of corralling their devices? Are there any penalties if they don't?
Within the permit, there is no language that would penalize them. However, we are continuously working with the 2 current operators to review parking and starting of trip data, and are actively looking at different locations across the operating area to have more formalized designated scooter parking locations to kind of mitigate some of those concerns that have been brought up.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else? Yeah, I was just going to ask, could you kind of recap where we're at, what the boundaries are, who the vendors are, just sort of an update, quick status for us as a benefit for the audience and those watching as well?
Sure, yeah. So we officially started the first year of the permanent scooter program, Scooter Link, in October of this year, with Lime as one of the operators and the other one being VO. VO, to logistics, get operating team here in Lincoln right away, opted to start operations in the spring of 2023. Lime, since they were already operating in Omaha, it was just easier for them to start operations here. So for about a month and a half, Lime was here in Lincoln. In that time, we had a little over 10,000 trips taken by Lincoln residents and visitors. The operating boundaries have expanded a bit from the pilot program, that 16-month pilot. And that was strategically done to include more of the neighborhoods surrounding the downtown area, as we see this as a valuable and valid form of transportation for folks. So the boundaries southbound go all the way down to South Street. East boundary is 27th Street. And then at Vine, it does go out to East Campus, and that's the perimeter on that end. And then we have included the North Bottoms neighborhood, and it's still the same boundary on the west side. So South Salt Creek neighborhood is included now, but nothing west of that.
Mm-hmm.
And all of that information, the map and kind of the rules of operating and parking and the permits themselves, and as well as the pilot evaluation report over the 16 months is all included on the Scooter Link website. So I encourage folks to visit that.
Very good. That's very helpful.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments for Roberto? Thank you for all your work.
Thank
on
you.
this. Thank you. Anyone else present to testify on this item? Did anyone else ride a scooter here? No, I'm kidding. Trying to take the edge off, you know.
Nicely done.
All right, let's move on, please, Madam Clerk.
I'll be calling item 5F, text amendment 22009, request of Mark Hunziker to amend Lincoln Municipal Code Section 27.63.530, healthcare facilities residential, to remove the condition that residential healthcare facilities may only have up to 4 individuals 60 years of age or older and 1 family acting as a residential caretaker.
Madam Chair, members of the council, Mark Hunziker, appearing on behalf of Emerald Care Company. We're in the midst of trying to sell a facility that's been closed for some time, but had previously operated for about 20 years or so as a residential memory care facility. I can't tell you that we could swear to you that all the residents have been 60 years of age or older, but it was when the title policy was reviewed by the buyer, it came up as a potential issue. They intend to add hospice care, and neither memory issues nor cancer seem to have any age barriers. And this definition dates back to the dark ages when I was young, when most residential care facilities were in homes, and the number 4 is because most of those facilities were in older homes, and that seemed like a fair number for a house to have. Since that time, we've had many larger facilities that are much more modern care, and this definition is obsolete. So we'd like to get rid of it and make this change. If you have any questions, I'll be trying to answer them for you.
Questions?
There's one other thing.
Yes.
If at all possible, we would like very much to get this transaction closed. We've had quite a long delay in having to do an amendment to the existing special permit, as well as to get this text amendment through. We really want to get this closed before the end of the year, and if you would, we would request that you waive your rules and give this item second and third reading today and vote on it today.
Okay, very good. Questions for Mr. Hunziker? Comment? Yes.
I see Director Carey back there. I was wondering if I might ask him a quick question.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Beckius. Question for staff.
David Carey, Director of the Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street.
Thank you, Director Carey. Any hesitation with speeding up the change of this particular? I'm assuming it seems as though from the summary report, staff is in concurrence and no issues.
We would have no qualm with that. I would leave that up to you.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would just say the special permit that has come along as well has already been approved as well. So.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir.
Yep, sure.
Any other questions for Director Carey or for Mr. Hunziker? Comments? All right. Okay, we will address, let's see, your request. Where did Mr. Hunziker go during the voting session? So let's move on.
Item
No,
5.
actually, I'm sorry. Excuse me. We have to do that now.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to waive second and third hearing and approve today.
I'll second.
Seconded by Bowers. Is there any further discussion on
Yes.
Sorry.
first?
City Attorney, okay with my motion, or would you like for me to clarify, sir?
I think you're asking to suspend the rule. I also think you said waive second and third reading.
Correct.
We were having second reading now.
Oh,
But,
sorry.
yeah, I think your motion is to suspend the rules and waive third reading.
Yes.
That's what you meant.
That's
Would you
exactly
like-
what I meant, sir.
Would you like to? Thank you. Mr. Christie, would you like to restate your motion?
Yes, I move that we suspend the rules and waive the third hearing.
Second.
Very good. Seconded by Councilman Bowers. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, please call the vote on Councilman Beckius's motion.
Raybold?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Now we can move on. Thank
We
you.
have the
No, we can.
we have
Oh.
the main motion on that as well.
Vote on it.
Well, we do. That might help. All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Village.
Yes.
Does take a
Move to
village.
approve.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Shob. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none. Please call the vote.
Raybold?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Shob?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Right. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
We shall move on to item 5G, change of zone 08057D, application of BLIXT locally grown to amend the University Place Plan unit development to allow for an indoor theater with associated waivers on property generally located at 2626 North 48th Street.
Hello, good afternoon, Council. My name is Petra Walquist. I'm the operating director of Blix Locally Grown. We're a nonprofit based here in Lincoln, and we have recently taken over a lease at 2626 North 48th Street, and which used to be a flower store. And now we are a nonprofit that does performances, educational classes, and community engagement. So we're hoping to have small performances, after-school classes for young people and adults, and community engagement events at this location. But in order to do that, we applied for an amendment in the University Place PUD to allow for an indoor theater. And also our waiver is to waive the parking requirement because there's ample city parking right around where we are, very close. So I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you for being here. Any questions for Petra? Councilman Bowers.
I just want to make a statement and say thank you so much for all that you do throughout the city, and then also specifically for housing yourself in Northeast Lincoln. I really appreciate all that you've done for our community.
Well, thank you. We appreciate all of you and all your support. And we are so happy to be in North Lincoln. We love it. We love being part of a neighborhood. It's very exciting for us.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Very much. Would anyone else like to comment on this item? Yes.
I don't have a comment, but someone has left a mobile device.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for that. Is it yours, Sonny? Oh. Oh, thank you, Roy. Thank you, Roy.
It's
Yes.
a holiday miracle.
It is.
That's always a good feeling when
Yeah.
you do that. though.
Yay. There we go. It's a good thing. Take a deep breath, and when you're ready, Madam Clerk.
I'm ready now.
Okay.
So
Life is good.
I will be calling item 5H, 5I, J, K, L, and M together. Item 5H is adopting the revised Flood and Water Quality Protection Manual. Item 5I is text amendment 22012, request of the Director of Lincoln Transportation and Utilities to amend City of Lincoln Design Standards, Titles 2 and 3 to revise the flood and water quality protection measures. Item 5J is text amendment 22010, request of the Director of Lincoln Transportation and Utilities to amend various sections of Lincoln Municipal Code Title 26, Land Subdivision, to revise the flood and water quality protection measures. Item 5K is text amendment 22011, request of the Director of Lincoln Transportation and Utilities to amend various sections of Lincoln Municipal Code Title 27, zoning to revise the flood and water quality protection measures. Item 5L is amending Lincoln Municipal Code Chapter 28.01, regulations for construction site discharges to revise the stormwater quality and erosion and sediment control measures in various sections and by adding new sections numbered 28.01.065, 2801.128, and 2801.129. And 5M, amending various sections of Lincoln Municipal Code, Chapter 28.03, regulations for post-construction stormwater management to revise the flood and water quality protection measures.
And Madam Clerk, do you want to take a moment and explain how the testimony will go?
Yes, we will have staff and city teams come up and present. There'll be some questions and discussion, and then all of those that are here will have the opportunity to come up and testify. I do have a list here that I'll call individually, and then those that were not able to sign at the time, they can come up and sign at the list above, and everyone will have a total amount of 5 minutes to speak. I'll keep the timer for 4 minutes and it will go off. I will tell a 1-minute reminder and then we'll start that time again.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council Chair, Council members. My name is John Carlson, 555 South 10th Street. I work in the Mayor's office, and I'm also part of the LTU team that's been working on our updated flood protections. I'm here today with Tim Zock, our Superintendent of Stormwater, and many other members of staff that will be available at any time during the hearing and the discussion to help answer questions. As I think the City Clerk has already kind of mentioned, we have 6 items that are being called as a package today, so just as a reminder to those watching at home, our plan is not to give you 6 presentations. Our plan is to give you 1 presentation, and then folks will testify, and then we'll be, obviously, again, that team will be available to answer questions for you. So let me start off, and then I'll hand it off to Tim, but, why are we here today? Can you speak up?
Or closer to the mic,
kind of
if you
lean
could.
in a little bit.
Yeah, thank you.
So we're here today because, just as a reminder to folks at home, we take very seriously our #1 priority, which is public safety and health. And while flood protections, while not as visible as maybe police officers or fire trucks or the health department, is a serious public health issue. And the city, in partnership with the Lower Platte South NRD and other partners, have spent decades working on important flood protections for the city and making sure that we use the latest scientific data, the latest policy changes to make sure that our families, homes, and businesses are protected. I want to take a moment to talk about how we currently protect homes and businesses within the floodplain, and we may return to this a couple of times during the presentation just to help the viewing public understand there's been a lot of questions about what the current situation is and what's being changed with the proposal. So important to understand. Homes or businesses within the floodplain, again, within the floodplain, are currently required to be a foot above the base elevation. That's the current rule right now. Now, there are triggers. Generally, that means the lowest floor of the structure, in other words, the building footprint. But there are circumstances where if you're replatting or subdividing, and Tim will talk more about this later, it can mean the building site. Again, that may not mean the entire parcel. It may mean the building lot where your apartments or your homes are on, not your parking lot and your outlots. Again, unless you're tearing down, rebuilding, or doing an improvement 50% or more that Tim will talk more about, you don't have to do anything. So as you said, if you're not doing those things, if you're not doing a 50% improvement, you don't have to do anything. Again, current standard though, but if you cross those thresholds, you're currently required to elevate, and we're not changing that with the proposal that we're doing. What is changing then? Well, climate is changing. Climate is changing. The impacts of the community are being seen and being felt. Unfortunately, the rainfall data that we're using on our current floodplain maps to inform the community about how to elevate and how to protect themselves under the current standard are old. They're from 1961. And the updated rainfall totals that we've run show that the current flood maps that we're using to tell the community how they need to build and how they need to do their businesses and homes in order to be safe are too low. Tim will explain more about the study that went into that to demonstrate that they're too low. But the fact of the matter is now, when you need to elevate under the current rules, anyone wanting to construct a new building or invest significantly in an existing building, they could be risking that investment if they build to the maps that we know are too low and continue to be in harm in the floodway. We know that this can be a real issue here in Lincoln. As recently as 2015, we saw flooding in all sections of the community. We saw it in South Lincoln. We saw flooding. We saw sewer backups due to stormwater getting into the infrastructure in North Lincoln. Obviously, these are serious problems for families and businesses, causes serious issues for the cleanup, and we saw whole neighborhoods that needed to be evacuated during the 2015 flooding. Lincoln Fire and Rescue Swift Water Team in the county. So just a reminder to us that even though it may have been dry this year or this month, flooding is a real issue, and we're seeing not only more rain, but more intensity of rain within a shorter, narrow time, and that increases the risk of flooding too. So if the flood maps are too low, what are we doing to protect our community? Well, now that we have the knowledge that we know the maps are too low, we've worked with FEMA and we started the process to update those flood maps. We want to be presenting flood maps to the community that offer the right elevations to make sure that they build safely and that their investments are protected. However, that effort is estimated to take 5 to 8 years to complete until we have the new completed FEMA flood maps that show you the proper elevations to build. So we're here today to talk about interim protections that will help keep people safe in that interim period if they're using the old map with some updated characteristics in order to build safely and properly. It's not the only thing that we're doing. The thing that we're talking about now, we have a comprehensive strategy, and Tim and his team work on that every day. Donna Garden and the rest of the folks work on that every day to keep the community safe. The flood protection and water quality updates that we'll talk about today are just one piece of the puzzle. As we talked about, we're initiating the development of new flood maps. We've gotten a grant to begin that work. We continue to constantly to study additional resiliency strategies and to put those into place, and those include structural solutions. You'll hear folks get up and talk about how we need to do structural solutions. We will say it's not an either or, it's both of those things. When we pass those stormwater bonds, and we're doing significant upgrades to, say, Dead Man's Run in order to lift homes out of the floodplain and protect them, that's a structural upgrade that we're doing with the city investment. But even such things as the Comprehensive Watershed Master Plan that you recently passed has a whole list of priority issues that Tim and his team and the team at LTU are doing to improve culverts, to in terms stormwater infrastructure, to make sure that it's upgraded and that we're doing those things together that we need to do to protect the community. And finally, he'll talk about expanding funding opportunities, and we're engaged in that and we're interested in that because we want to make sure that we have the funds available to do those important protections. Conversation about affordability. Obviously, a top priority for this council. You've indicated that through your actions on the budget and your policy changes. It's important to our community. We share that sensibility. We share that sensibility about affordability across all housing price points. We understand there's an added incremental cost to building safely. So one of the things you'll see in this proposal is if the maps are too low and we're adding an extra foot to the foot you already have to put on, why are we doing that? We're doing that to make sure that your investment is safely out of the water. Is there a cost to the added foot? There is a cost to the added foot. Again, it's an incremental cost. You already have to lift up. If you need to bring in extra dirt or extra block in order to make sure that you're up out of the floodwaters, we lean into that. But like many in the community, we understand that building it substandard or unsafely is not an affordability strategy. You're not doing yourself any service by building it too low and saving that increment of cost, but your property ends up being in the water. With the council's help, we've developed funding resources to help bridge those funding gaps, and including expanding our TIF policy to include a 20-year TIF option now if you need gap help in order to do an affordability project. And we're serious about making sure that people have those funds available. It's an accomplishable thing, though, because the amount that we're talking about, according to FEMA studies, is between 0.25% and 1.5% added to the total cost of construction. That's that incremental cost to make sure that you're up high enough to be out of the water. FEMA has their documents that show that that incremental cost is within that range. As Tim talked about at the pre-council, there's also the National Institute of Building Sciences, which prepares an annual report to Congress. They also talk about incremental costs within that range, 1.4% less for two-story homes because there's a scaling benefit there. You know, Nebraska Department of Natural Resources also talks about that too, but we highlighted at the end, importantly, the conversation can't just be a cost discussion, it has to be a value discussion. So while you make that cost investment, you're getting significant value for that. And it's not just lifting your property up out of harm's way, which is the most important thing. You also get benefits in lower flood insurance and avoided damages. Homeowners insurance doesn't cover flood damage. So people that live in the floodplain, if they have a mortgage, are often required to purchase flood insurance. And that flood insurance is priced based on your level of protection that's available. So when you build up higher according to a new standard, your flood insurance costs go down. And it's estimated that you'll get a payback in about 2 to 3 years. So not only are you safe, but that money comes back. Nationwide data shows that $1 spent floodproofing saves $4 to $11 in avoided flood damages. And the things that we saw in those previous slides, it's important to do. So we think the best strategy is build according to the updated safety standard and provide additional funding for affordable housing projects to make sure that they're built safely. In other words, we can support both of those goals of affordable and safe housing. I'm going to kick it over to Tim so he can get into some of the details about that proposal that I've been talking about.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Tim Zock, Superintendent of Stormwater with LTU. So the question is, how do we know that our flood maps are too low? Well, the Salt Creek Floodplain Resiliency Study is how we know that. This study was funded by several public agencies and private partners. It was a 2-year process in 2019 and 21 of looking at how increased rainfall is affecting our community. It involved community stakeholders, including neighborhood associations, engineers, developers, environmental experts, business owners, as well as technical experts to look at what are the impacts to our community. And this study looked at the hydrologic analysis of Salt Creek and the tributaries that feed into Salt Creek and looked at the effect of updated rainfall on our watersheds and our floodplains, and showed that on average there's an increase of 15% flow in those creeks that results in approximately a 0.8 of a foot rise along Salt Creek. And so the study showed that there is a higher risk of flooding to our community Salt Creek and its tributaries than what our FEMA floodplain maps show us. So we have a responsibility as a community to look at that and see what additional measures do we need to do to protect our community from that higher risk of flooding. So the Salt Creek Floodplain Resiliency Study had 6 recommendations. The first was to continue active participation in the FEMA's community rating system. The community rating system is a program that FEMA has that provides reductions in flood insurance premiums for the different floodplain management practices that we as a community undertake. The second was to adopt higher floodplain regulatory standards, which is what we'll be discussing today. Third was to initiate the development of new floodplain maps, which, as John mentioned, is already underway. Fourth was to use national best management practices identified to guide planning objectives. Fifth was to consider implementation of non-structural flood resiliency strategies, which is ongoing and more planned in the future. And finally was to continue with the development of a resilient strategy for Salt Creek, which is also ongoing. So when we talk about updating our floodplain standards, what was the process that we went through to get to this point? This has been a very substantial 4+ year process of meeting with stakeholders. We first started out meeting with the engineering community to discuss our manual and necessary revisions to our manual. A lot of it was based on updated rainfall that came out and looking at all of our practices and what needed to be updated. The Salt Creek Floodplain Resiliency Study played a significant role in this process and provided the recommendations for increasing our protections from the increased flood risk. And we drafted a proposal with these updates to our flood protections in last fall and put those out for public review. We had a couple of stakeholder meetings with a lot of the same groups that were involved in the floodplain resiliency study, including neighborhood associations, engineers, business owners, developers, environmental experts, and we got a lot of good feedback from those stakeholder meetings. We had initially intended to bring this proposal forward at the end of last year, but decided to put this to a pause, and we held additional review workshops with community stakeholders, including engineers, developers, business owners. We met individually with stakeholders, and we received a lot of additional feedback. And we've continued to work since then as well, and we've made, fine-tuning, made changes to our proposal in this last year based on the feedback that we've received. So I'm going to go through some of the main changes that we are presenting in this package. I appreciate the chance to present this to the council last week. Some of these things may be repetitive, but I want to go over this for the benefit of everybody in the chamber here watching and everybody, the public that may be viewing online. And I'm not going to go through everything in detail, just hit some of the highlights, and then I'm going to discuss a couple of the topics in detail. So as I mentioned, we had our initial proposal last year that we were ready to move forward with. We really appreciate all of the feedback we've received, and that feedback has contributed to 14 significant changes that we've made in our proposal. So here's a summary of those 14 significant changes. I went over these in detail last week. I'm not going to spend time going through all of these in detail today, but there was a significant amount of effort put into this, and these were significant changes that we made based on stakeholder feedback we received. So I do want to talk more specifically about 2 specific updates. The first is the minimum flood corridor that protects against flooding, erosion, provides water quality benefit, and provides an amenity to our community. The current methodology for determining where channels qualify for the minimum flood corridor is to protect channels that drain greater than 150 acres or have a defined bed and bank. This methodology is problematic because that defined bed and bank term is lacking a consistent criteria for the professionals in our community to use to identify where that defined bed and bank is. In the absence of that clear direction on how to determine a defined bed and bank, the professionals are left to develop their own definition and leads to variability and subjectivity in determining that. And so we wanted to come up with an approach that identifies that for our criteria that's consistent and can be applied consistently across the board. In addition, many approaches to identify this defined bed and bank result in field investigations and reporting that's very time consuming and consumes resources as well. And so the city completed a couple of studies to produce a clear and consistent criteria for the minimum flood corridor. These studies showed that defined bed and bank starts at around 40 acres, and the studies showed that the new criteria essentially creates the same widths as currently are required, but it's easier to understand and use, and it doesn't require any field analysis. And so when our criteria starts at 40 acres, and then there's set widths on these drainage area increments. In our continued talk with stakeholders, some would like the minimum starting point to go up from the existing threshold of 40 acres to 80 acres. That would actually be a lower protection standard than what we currently have in place today. We haven't seen any studies or analysis that support that move, but we're suggesting adding 2 additional exceptions to create some flexibility and preserve lots. So we're allowing channels to be shifted as long as that area is mitigated, or channels to start to be piped instead of left open as long as those impacts are mitigated. The other item I want to spend some time on is the freeboard standard. Freeboard is a minimum elevation requirement above the 100-year that provides a margin of safety from flood risk. Freeboard has been a requirement for years, and the state minimum standard is 1 foot of freeboard. The Salt Creek Floodplain Resiliency Study recommended a higher freeboard standard to protect from flooding increases in the future. Our initial proposal was based on these recommendations and was for a permanent 2-foot freeboard standard. We have since revised that proposal to a temporary 2-foot freeboard. The new rainfall totals show that we need to add an additional 1 foot of freeboard until the new FEMA maps are in effect using the new rainfall data. And this new definition of freeboard that we have automatically does that. So we talked a little bit at pre-council, but I want to run through this again real quick to help the public understand. The common question we get asked is, do we raise the lowest floor of the building, or do we need to raise the entire buildable lot? So if my project is not within the floodplain or is not adjacent to the floodplain, then there's no action needed. If I own a home in the floodplain, there's no action needed today based on these updated standards, or based on the current standards even today. If I'm proposing to do an addition to a residential or commercial building in the floodplain, but that improvement is less than 50% of the value of that building, then I don't have to do anything additional. When we look at commercial buildings, if I'm substantially improving an existing commercial building in the floodplain, meaning improving it more than 50% of the appraised value, then I have to raise the lowest floor of that commercial building or flood-proof the portion of the building below the required freeboard elevation. If I'm building a new commercial building in the floodplain, same thing. I have to raise the lowest floor or flood-proof. For a residential development, if we're not subdividing or replatting, if I'm just improving an existing residential building in the floodplain greater than 50% of the value of that building, then I have to raise the lowest floor of that building. If I'm building a new residential building, same thing. I have to raise the floor of that building that I'm putting in the floodplain. When it comes to residential, and if we're replatting and shifting around lot lines, but we're not increasing the number of lots, again, I'm building a new residential building, those buildings that I'm building just have to raise the floor of those buildings. So if you're keeping the same number of lots or decreasing the number, you're just raising the floor of those buildings. For residential, if I am replatting or subdividing undeveloped land, so area kind of in the new growth areas, and I'm building new residential buildings in the floodplain, and my project requires subdividing and replatting, then I'm raising the entire building site. Building site equates to the entire lot to ensure that those buildings are removed entirely from the floodplain. This is the easiest and most efficient time to do that as you're grading the entire development, and then you're designating outlots and detention. And so this is the most efficient and easiest time to be removing those areas, those building sites from the floodplain. When we talk about apartment development, apartments are categorized as residential buildings by FEMA, and so must meet the residential standards that are in place today. And so the way this can be is that the buildable lots are determined and located outside of the floodplain, and the ground of those lots is graded above the floodplain. The building is located within that lot and entirely removed from the floodplain. And then an outlot can be located where the floodplain is, and parking and recreation and green space can be located in that outlot. When we get to replatting and subdividing an already developed land, so in the middle of our city, in the existing urban area, if you're building a new residential building in the floodplain and you're subdividing, that subdivision then requires that the entire building site be elevated above the floodplain. And again, building site is that entire building lot to ensure that any new buildings constructed within that development are entirely removed from the floodplain. And so a reminder, these are the current standards today. What this proposal before you is, it really affects that freeboard, so the elevation to which buildings and development is being raised above the floodplain. We also made some changes in this proposal related to adjacent development. Adjacent protections are current requirements in our standard today to protect development that is next to floodplains, open drainage ways, overflow routes, detention facilities that is still at risk of flooding. FEMA officials have testified to Congress that over 40% of flood insurance claims made in 2017 and 2019 were for properties outside the floodplain. So we want these properties, this development, to also be protected from flooding. Flooding doesn't just follow that blue line on the map. Flooding is going to go where flooding is going to go. And so we want development that's just outside the floodplain to be protected to that same level of protection. And so this proposal clarifies what that adjacency standard is. It's same as what's been currently applied today, but we've also added some more flexibility. So if you're filling in the floodplain, you're elevating that building and you can't have a basement. If you're adjacent, you're elevating the ground so that the floodwaters do not touch that building, but we're allowing that building to have a basement. We've also added an updated definition for adjacency with the Planning Commission amendments. So just a summary of the floodplain and freeboard. The current requirement is to elevate 1 foot above the elevation on the flood maps. Typically that's the lowest floor of the building. Sometimes it's the entire buildable lot. The scientific studies that we have show that our maps are inaccurate. Anyone investing in their property will be spending money to elevate under the current requirements, and we will still be in danger of flooding. So this proposal changes that to 2 feet until the new floodplain maps are effective, and then that standard returns back to 1 foot. So to summarize these flood protection updates, this has been 4+ years of community engagement and receiving feedback from the community. We paused this planning effort last year, and we took the last 12 months of workshops, discussions, listening, and working with the community to update this proposal to add flexibility while still ensuring that our community is protected from flooding. We'll be bringing some additional small changes forward to council, but we feel we've arrived at a great package, and we really appreciate the community stakeholders that have contributed to this. So with that, our team's here to answer any questions, or we can wait and address those after testimony if you choose.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. Zock? Councilman Bowers, yes.
I have 3 questions, if that's okay.
Yeah.
The 3 questions that I have, and I'll start with the first one. One of the things that I've heard a lot from folks have been that there's been a concern that there has not been a lot of public process or a lot of public involvement. Can you kind of break down what the public process was again, just so that way I can kind of have that clear in my notes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we first started in October of 2017 and took a year of meeting with the engineers to really talk through the manual. It was our drainage criteria manual back then. It's the flood and water quality protection manual. That manual is very technical and detailed, and so we were meeting with the engineers to really talk through technical changes. After that time, we had the Salt Creek Floodplain Resiliency Study, and that informed a lot of this proposal. And at that time, we had a stakeholder group that included community neighborhood associations and other community groups that were informed of what the issue is with increased flooding, as well as informed of the recommendations that came out of that study. Then we also had the stakeholder meetings last fall. We had 2 stakeholder meetings. Again, invited a lot of some neighborhood associations and community representatives to that, and informed them of this whole package we were proposing to bring forward. And then this last summer and fall, we met specifically to kind of get more technical in the details on what this proposal is and how we can hear some more feedback from the engineering community, from the development community, the builders, business owners, and really had 4 workshops to get into the details and talk specifically, okay, how can we make changes to this that provides flexibility but still ensures we're protecting our community.
And then, like all of the text changes too, we did our normal avenues to get the word out to the public with press conferences, with neighborhood roundtable, Mayor's Environmental Task Force, meeting with specific individual neighbors and constituency groups too. So in addition to that structured outreach, we've done individual outreach and community outreach also.
Thank you. And then my second question, you mentioned there's been some talk about moving to 80 acres, but you said that would actually remove the protection that's currently in place.
Yes.
Can you talk to me a little bit about that, or just kind of expand on that a little bit?
Yeah. So the study to find a new criteria that was more easily applied across the board really looked at how closely can we mirror this to our current criteria. And really the key was to find where that defined bed and bank starts. And so the engineers really that we hired to do this study they did field work, they did desktop work, they looked at studies and research on what that term is, what it means, how it's applied. And they really found that at 40 acres is consistently on average where that starts. They found it higher up in the watershed, at 20, even sometimes at 10 acres. They found it starting at 70, 80 acres. But on average, that 40 acres was a very consistent starting point. I think they even said that they could support 25 acres as a drainage area because consistently that defined bed and bank was found at that point. The other thing that they did too was also then take this 40-acre starting point and their new criteria and vet it against other criteria in the region. So we didn't want to have a criteria that was inconsistent with what others are doing. And consistently, that 40 acres is a very consistent starting point for other communities. One specific that comes to mind is the Kansas City APWA storm drainage manual that's used by many communities within that area. There are hundreds of engineers that come together to come up with those standards and vet it. And so based on that, that supported their study that 40 acres is a consistent starting point.
Okay, thank you. And I think I'll hold on to my third question for later on. Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions? Councilwoman Washington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilman Bowers, thank you for your first question. I'd like to tag on to that one and ask one more clarifying question. So, Mr. Zock, you said back in 2017 when you started this process, you talked to engineers, and I'm just curious, the engineers that you spoke with, were they all city engineers? Were they engineers and firms around the city that, in the area that bring projects before us? Who are the engineers?
Yeah, good question. We opened it up to all the engineers in our community that do work in the city of Lincoln. Okay. So those are engineers that do specifically development work, engineers that do both development work and work for the city and other public entities, ones that, do a lot of floodplain mapping and storm drain work. And so it was a very broad group of engineers, and we got a lot of, good feedback from a lot of perspectives.
And Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I have
Sure.
2 more questions.
Yes.
All right. Let's start with the presentation we just saw, which I think was one of the most clear presentations I've had on this, and I love that it was succinct. But I think there still might be some confusion. Could you clarify what you mean when you talk about buildable lot and raising the building up a foot or 2 foot in the buildable lot? Do you mean the the space that the building occupies? Or do you mean the entire lot or the entire parcel?
Yeah. So I think it's important to understand there's the Title 26 subdivision applies to when you're subdividing, you're kind of planning out your whole development. Title 27 applies to zoning and what you're doing on that individual lot that's already platted and zoned for use.
Yeah.
So when we talk about raising the entire buildable lot, we're in the subdivision section. We're planning out our entire development. And so the goal there is that we're not, having new development where the buildings are in the floodplain. So we're bringing in fill, we're raising the ground for the entire lot, because within that lot, a building can be located anywhere as long as they're meeting the zoning, the setbacks. And so we want to ensure that wherever that building's placed, we don't know where it's going to be at the subdivision stage, wherever that building's placed, that the ground surrounding that building is elevated above the floodplain. Then once we get to, zoning, let's say there's a lot that's been...
Tim, before you leave that buildable lot may not be the entire parcel.
Yeah.
You may have a parcel that includes outlots that you're not actually elevating because the buildable lot is just the area where you want to be able to put the buildings. Yep.
Thank you.
And then lowest floor really is that building footprint.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if there's a lot that's already platted today, zoned for whatever, use, it's in the floodplain, someone's allowed to build on that lot. They just have to raise the floor of that building. So that could be building it with stem walls on a crawl space to allow floodwaters to flow through that crawl space. It could also mean bringing in fill if they so choose to raise the ground immediately around that building up above the floodplain.
Okay. And then as I've talked to people for the last month and a half or more about this, there's been some confusion or at least some concern that the Salt Creek floodplain resiliency study that Olson did only looked at the Salt Creek. And I was just curious, I want you to tell us what's the geographic area of that study? What was taken into consideration?
That study looked at the entire Salt Creek watershed. So that includes not just Salt Creek proper, but Antelope Creek, Dead Man's Run, all the other tributaries that drain into Salt Creek. The entire city of Lincoln is within that Salt Creek watershed.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you. Councilwoman Raybold.
So I have a number of questions, and I'd like to ask probably the same questions of the Stormwater Coalition as well. But besides our stormwater bond issues that we've been really consistent about, are there any other initiatives the city has taken since 2015 when we've had that terrible flooding, particularly in identifying the areas, but also trying to seek additional funding besides the FEMA map updating to really address some of these structural, systemic flooding controls that should be implemented?
I think that's a really good question. So the first one is, as we've mentioned, is the Salt Creek Floodplain Resiliency Study. That's been a very important part of how do we address flooding along Salt Creek. Salt Creek drains is about 600 square miles, so it's a very large watershed. And so it can't be just addressed, by compared to Dead Man's Run, which is about 20 square miles, so it's a much larger scale. So that Salt Creek Floodplain Resiliency Study was kind of that first piece to look at, okay, how can we address flooding on Salt Creek? And so out of that, came these recommendations that I mentioned. So looking at funding, we have to first start with a study to look at, okay, is there a feasible solution, structural measures to address flooding? And so we've started to looking at funding opportunities for that study. We have a grant application submitted into FEMA through their BRIC program, Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities. And that grant is to start that process to study, okay, is there a feasible solution? We've also had multiple discussions with the NRD, with the Army Corps of Engineers. They are the ones that are doing the Dead Man's Run flood reduction project. And so we've talked with them about the process for starting a study to look at, again, a feasible solution. If we're going to receive any federal funding for a project, it has to have a positive benefit cost. Then the third thing we've looked at is we've been discussing with the NRCS and their WFPO program, watershed protection, and there's a lot of funding available there. And so we're kind of taking it one step at a time. We have this grant, and we're waiting to hear back from FEMA if we've been awarded that, and then kind of looking at these other options. Also, the NRD, they're the sponsor for the levees. And so the levees are an important piece that protects our community today. And they have done a number of projects since 2015 to repair the levee, to do maintenance on the levee. They initiated a project with the Corps for $4.7 million to repair the levee on 14 locations to prevent failures in the future. And so that's another component of this, of addressing those issues from 2015.
Well, and you've done specific capital investments too. So, I mean, we've done backflow preventers. I mean, specific to what you're talking about in that particular event. You've done backflow preventers. We've increased stormwater sizes. There's been specific infrastructure improvements in response to that. Aside from the big scale issues too, there's just been everyday stormwater culvert improvements and stormwater removal.
Yeah, we haven't,
too.
just focused on Salt Creek, but we've focused on other areas of the city where there's more localized flooding issues. We have urban drainage studies that study our existing system and see where the deficiencies are. We have projects that are prioritized, and consistently with those stormwater bond issues that you mentioned, we go out and do those improvement projects where we put in larger pipes and address those flooding issues in the city.
We want to find more money and do more.
Sure. So we've done bank stabilization projects, and we've always done bank stabilization projects, but have they been targeted in the known areas of flooding since 2015? That's one question. And then, besides Dead Man's Run, which has been in the works for quite some time, I know that during the flooding of 2015, we had substantial backups, sewer backups in a number of homes in certain quadrants of the city. So, and I know we had to have a release into Salt Creek because of that. So what have we done on those type of projects that specifically target those known flooding areas in our city?
So that's different division than I work in,
Okay.
so I can't answer that directly, but I know that, our staff has been working on expansions to our treatment plan and looking at addressing that.
And you can see them in the capital improvements plan too, or Liz Elliott can talk more about them too, but they've specifically, in response to the sewer backups, they've gone in and done backflow prevention, they've gone in and done expansion on both the sanitary and the stormwater systems. They've improved the discharge routes. They've done expansions in those areas specifically to try and address the areas that were located in terms of the backups and in terms of the flooding for Northeast Lincoln. But you're right. I mean, you passed a big stormwater bond issue, and Lincoln has been great about doing those, and it can tackle one thing. But again, we want to try and find, we're great at doing the everyday stuff and the slow incremental increases, but we'd love to find ways to do more significant stuff.
So I know we talked a lot about flood insurance and the savings by taking a lot of these preventive measures, but I guess my question is, how and when do folks who do these developments see an actual reduction in their flood insurance costs if they implement these preventative changes? Don't they have to wait for the updated FEMA maps to validate some of the preventative steps they've taken in order to get that actual reduction in flood insurance? That's something I have not yet seen, a reduction in flood insurance. But
I think two answers. One, if you follow the protections and you bring your grading up out of the floodplain, then you don't pay flood insurance at all. That's the point about trying to lift yourself. If you're out of the floodplain, then you don't pay flood protections at all. If you're in the floodplain, go ahead.
But you said that it should have, it has a 2 to 3 year payback.
Right. So what I'm saying is that if you're lifted out of the floodplain, you don't have flood insurance at all. So you're not counting on a reduction in flood insurance in order to pay yourself back. You're just not paying it at all. So you have an avoided cost. So you've spent this money over here to avoid this money over here. So that would be the balance out. If you didn't build it up high enough, you'd have an incurred cost that would go on in perpetuity. Does that make sense?
I think that's one way of looking at it, but also, the flood insurance benefit too.
Yeah.
But,
And I can
yeah,
speak on, so,
sure.
if someone builds their building 2 feet above instead of 1 foot above,
Mhm.
that flood insurance premium is based on the effective FEMA map. So the one that's, we have today,
Enforced.
the elevation of the FEMA map, and then the lowest elevation of that structure. And then there's some other factors that also go into, setting the rate that they pay. But how high a building is elevated above or below the floodplain is the most significant factor in determining flood insurance premiums. So once that structure is built, then that insurance rate is set. If somebody comes in and does an improvement to their house and now elevates it 2 feet above, they'll see a reduction in that flood insurance premium immediately because their house is no longer, at that lower elevation. And I'm not sure exactly how, as a homeowner, that process goes with their insurance, but that's once your structure is out, then that changes your flood insurance premium.
Well, if we implement some of these changes in some of those areas that are identified, but some areas are just going to be required to make this change, and then when the FEMA maps come out, they realize, well, this area is not an identified floodplain, flood-prone area. So, you would have spent that additional cost to be preventative, but you won't get that benefit of the flood insurance.
What's the goal for somebody to not be in the floodplain? That's what we're really trying to achieve. We don't want in 8 years to, have new homes that are built for them to be mapped into the floodplain. And so that's what we're trying to prevent with that. And so those are
absolutely, but
elevated
some
today.
of the requirements that are being proposed today also include areas that may not be in the floodplain area when the new maps come out.
That's hard to say. The proposal right now is focused on the areas that are in the current floodplain map.
Mhm.
What proposal are you specifically referencing?
The one that you're presenting
Yeah.
to us.
Well, what piece of it? Because the floodplain standards apply to areas in the floodplain, if you're developing in the floodplain. We have standards that regulate adjacent development, and we have, minimum flood corridor and others. So is there a specific one?
It shouldn't be applicable outside the floodplain. A standard that's a current standard that to raise up within the floodplain, the standard to add the extra foot onto it is only applicable to the people that already are facing that standard. Yeah. It doesn't change that. Doesn't create that condition. It doesn't add people into that condition. It just says the map is too low, put in another foot so you're safe.
Okay, so I have another question. Okay, so during the pause and I guess the discussions between the Stormwater Coalition, did the city reach back out to the coalition to get their input and feedback on some of the items that we're discussing today and ask for their involvement?
We've worked with Kent. Kent's been the spokesperson for the coalition, so we've worked with Kent, not the members of the coalition. Generally, we've been available to come visit the coalition, but we've worked through Kent, and that's how we've continued to refine the proposal for not only for the 14 significant changes that Tim talked about, but for the Planning Commission amendments and continuing on.
So I guess that's another question. Where are we with the amendments that were presented to the City Council just last week? Where is the city at with that? And is there progress made or?
Yep, I mean, we got the information that Kent presented at the pre-council. We've worked on that. We had a meeting last Friday, and I think we anticipate getting some options to the City Council yet this week for you to consider.
And will the public have an opportunity to weigh in on some of those changes or modifications
I mean, they're gonna
before
be-
we vote next week? Or?
Yeah, they're going to be addressing basically the same issues that are being talked about today and talked about at the pre-council. So specifically, what Tim talked about before and showed in the PowerPoint, instead of the 40 to 80, it's leave it at 40 with a couple of exceptions. It's about tightening up the grandfathering clauses. There's some other changes, but they're all still germane to the points that have been discussed, yeah. The ones that the city is bringing forward.
Okay, so I don't know if the coalition is going to be presenting some of the amendments or talking about them today or not. So this would be a nice opportunity for the public to hear about them.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that is
I
the plan.
don't think so. I don't anticipate them being presented, but I don't know.
We may, if I may, we may know more after we hear from Mr. Seacrest as well and get through the hearing, and then we can talk about what that may look like the rest of the weekend before the
And
vote.
I
if
can
that
save
works.
my questions, the rest of my questions too.
Well, you're welcome to, if you have any more
I didn't
for
know
this
if
group.
anyone else had some.
Are there other questions? I have just a couple, but they're general. Are you good for now, or do you? Okay, just raise your hand. So mine are more in general. Councilman Shope, did you have any?
I'm listening.
There's a lot to take in. Councilman McGinnis, just checking in. Councilman, okay. Councilman Beckius.
I'm good.
All right.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Washington, are you okay for now? Okay. I just in general wanted to ask the outreach again, as to Councilman Bauer's point. That's what I've heard a lot about, the outreach, the communication component. And I know you mentioned neighborhood associations, the neighborhood roundtable, community groups. What does that mean? What community groups? Were there cultural centers? Were they involved? What community groups? Were there churches? Could you be more specific about what that outreach was like? I know it was a lot of engineers, which is great. Sorry for needing the engineers here, but I am concerned about and I've had these. I know. Look at, I've offended everyone in this audience. I did not mean to. But go ahead.
No. So definitely the neighbor associations. TJ McDowell works in our office. Will come down later and talk. And I know that he's reached out specifically to different cultural centers. And again, what's typical with an open house too is that with a text change, right, is that we have an open house. So it's impossible to know who's come to the open houses or who's come to all the different workshops. But we send out invitations to nonprofits. We send out invitations to the centers that you talked about in order for them to engage. Again, we've tried to do specific work with those folks with those neighborhood associations that are in the floodplain, because those are obviously the people that have worked and taken a great interest in that. And I think you've gotten communication from several of those neighborhood associations for their support for the changes to help protect their neighborhoods. Again, and I'm just saying the obvious, what you already know, but it's different than a project where a project would put a sign in the yard and they'd mail to the property owners right next door, right? As is common with all of your text changes, even different text changes that were on the agenda today. It's more about getting the word out to the community, and on a significant thing like that, again, we try and use the press. We try and have our press releases and our open houses to try and make sure that word gets out along with that specific outreach. Have we hit every constituency group? You can't say, but I think we try and get that information out as broadly as possible in all these text changes.
And I think to your point, John, you're exactly right. With this kind of an issue, you can't put a sign in the yard or a sign at the library because it's so complicated, which for me makes it even more important that the outreach is even more thorough, and to quote some of our friends in the audience, even more bottom up, because what concerns me are people that live in the floodplain that can barely make their mortgage, don't know that these conversations are going on. I know we can't get to every household, but how do we ever explain what's going on, and then the knock on the door comes, or whatever that may look like? That's what keeps me up at night. And did we get to them, and do they know, and how do they understand this?
I think a couple of answers. One is that we have to remember again what we talked about at the beginning of the presentation, which is that they have a current condition already. So if you're that same homeowner that you described, they've had this current elevation requirement for decades, this FEMA requirement. Right, so we're not telling them that they have to now start doing that. That's already a current requirement. And so the additional outreach that we've tried to do is to try to notify people, hey, the conversation is going to be about if you do that under the current requirements currently required of you, and you count on the city maps that we've approved and put forward, you're going to be building at an incorrect level. So we feel that there's a policy urgency and a moral urgency to get the word out to them that when you build, we need to add that extra foot. So it's when you're talking about people are going to be hit with something they don't expect, this is a current condition. So the cause to elevate is not caused by this proposal. That's the current situation in those neighborhoods in the floodplain.
And they don't have to do anything today.
Of course, thank you. That's a great point to point out.
Unless
you rebuild or do the substantial.
They don't have to do anything today with our current standards and with our proposed standards. It's only if they want to improve their home greater than 50% of the value, or if it's damaged, and then they want to rebuild.
Then they have to meet the current standard, and we're offering the proposal, which would be slightly more.
I appreciate that, and I guess I would just submit to you, I would argue that a lot of those homeowners that we're talking about don't even realize what they live in a floodplain, perhaps, that they can't afford.
We do send mailers out to every single property owner that lives in the floodplain every year.
And I'm telling you, they don't always read them, and we get the calls.
That's
Yeah.
a challenge on the education side of our
It is.
program that we're continuing to have to address.
Yeah, it is a challenge. I will agree there. It's a challenge. My second question relates to the study that's been offered and the rebuke of that. And given that you've talked a lot about other reports in the last few years, talked a lot about this great report, which it is, why, if the coalition is offering to pay for another study, more information, the response I've been given with it, which I think is from a data-driven administration, I think we'd all agree, is we already know everything we need to know. Now, I'm paraphrasing, and I'll take responsibility for that. So help me understand why you wouldn't want yet another study. If, in fact, the city, we don't have to foot that bill, wouldn't it behoove us to have more information?
I think the question is, do you wait to do a study when the proposal that we have in front of you, then the data that drives that is clearly well known and not really in dispute. So the rainfall's not in dispute. The fact that the tributaries and the Salt Creek will rise is not in dispute. That's a scientific fact. And so what we're saying is that we already know that we need to add another foot to the maps that we have out in public right now that are incorrect. Studying that again is not going to change the rainfall totals, and studying that again is not going to change the cost to do that incremental extra foot. If it reveals other things, that could be useful. But what I've seen when we did the back and forth on the RFP, it was going back and basically revealing information that we already had. So then you start to decide, do we delay to do a study that gives us information we already have, or is there some sense of urgency that we've known since the end of 2020, the beginning of 2021, that we're letting the community make their investments based on a map that's incorrect? So that's where we start to develop the sense of urgency, saying we should do this interim standard now. If we want to continue to have conversations about other things, that's fine, but we think the data that drives the information to do the interim standard is quite clear and available.
And I would just say the question really wasn't about that. The real question is, why would we not get more information? Because every time we do a study, there is additional information. So I'm not sure.
And you can get additional information, but I'm trying to pivot back to what's on the table, which is the 1 foot
Which is my
rise.
point. You're pivoting back, John, and then not answering the question, which is, why do you say no to another study? Because you're saying you already have the information.
Not saying no to another study. I'm just saying the proposal that's in front of us and what informed that. Are there other things that we could talk about and study? We could. But I'm just trying to give you my answer based on the proposal that we're being asked to have a hearing on now and vote on today.
That's fine. Okay. Any other questions from the council or any other comments? All right. If not, thank you very much. You'll have a chance to close. And I think we'll go next. Mr. Seacrest, would you like to go next, or would you like to present? And then we'll have other testifiers and perhaps after this, we'll be able to take a break if the council so desires, and anyone else. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it. My name's Kent Seacrest. I am an attorney representing an informal group called the Stormwater Coalition that came together about 10 months ago when the first draft came out, and those people got to be informed what was in there. And the group I represent comes from all the key sectors: housing, businesses, small, large, inner city, edge community along the way. We appreciated the opportunity last Monday to brief you, and I will do my best not to go into that information with you. But I would, because the number of people, request a couple extra minutes to make the presentation, if I could.
Absolutely.
Let's start with. I hope this is better.
It is, yeah.
Okay. Let's start with the consensus points, because there's a lot of them. Basically, the bulk of what was presented, we are concurrence and agreeable and think it's appropriate to go forward. So our differences are not night and day along the way. We do believe in the NOAA Atlas 14 rain data. We believe in the science of that. We believe that we have extra flooding threats because of that data points, and we need to address them and try to solve them along the way. We want to minimize flooding. because not only does it impact people in the floodplain, but there's lots of businesses and other people that rely on their jobs in that floodplain area. We believe buildings should meet the freeboard standard. Let me say that again. The buildings should meet the freeboard standard. In fact, we are suggesting that not only should the building, but probably the 5 feet around it should, so that in case flooding occurs, the hydraulic pressure doesn't sneak up and catch the water pressure pushing water into your basement. So we believe the standards, freeboard standards, should address flooding. What is interesting is we have motions to amend to try to address the parts, and it's not just the freeboard. There's lots of parts to this. If you've looked at it, the regulation amendments are this big, and the manual is 300 pages, not all new, but lots of changes. So it gets complicated, but we've had several meetings with the city administration, including last Friday, trying to reach better consensus on what we think is better, more balanced, more efficient, and gets the job done of flood protection. We outlined to the administration our amendments. We have given what I call a 90% detailed draft to the city attorney's office. And I just want to thank Abigail Luttrell, Assistant City Attorney, for working this weekend, trying to take what I gave her and show it on the same page of what the cities want, so that you kind of see it all in one spot. And that took some work on her behalf. And she sent back a draft yesterday. I had warned the city that I was only submitting the 90% draft. There were still some things that the engineers were talking to me about. And so this morning I was able to take her work product and add the other, quote, 10%. And we have resubmitted that back. I'm waiting for her to, she was nice and sent it back, but I need to proof it just to be sure it's accurate. So I would hope within 24 hours, those amendments are submitted to you, and you can decide whether or not you continue this public hearing next week. But I would just do it on the amendments and not on the topic of everything else, because like I said, most things we're in agreement on coming forward. We look forward to working this week with any council members. I know Councilmember Beckius, and maybe Councilwoman Raybould, and anybody else that wants to meet to go over those amendments and hear the explanation and discuss them, you're welcome. We would also be glad to talk about them next week if that's important as well. So we want to be sure we get it done, the final version, as I'm going to call it, for Thursday packets, so that the media and everybody can have it ahead of time before next Monday to see if there's consensus. As we stated at the pre-council meeting, if you support our amendments, we don't see the need for a delay. We think we then are confident that the regulations do not overreach, do not add undue costs, are fair, and will help protect flooding. We also want to stress, though, that if those amendments aren't deemed reasonable by a majority of you, then that's when we ask for a delay and go get the experts. And the experts we're talking about are not the city staff experts. They're not the city local engineer experts. We're talking about a team that would be outside of Lincoln, who has done this in other communities, who knows what I call how to get it to be balanced and comprehensive, to make recommendations to you. That's what's missing in our judgment along the way. During the city presentation, you heard the word interim procedures, interim standards. Everything in that packet that you have in front of you today is not interim, but is permanent. The one interim is the freeboard definition, so it's 2 feet with current standard, and after the FEMA maps are done, it goes to 1 feet. That's the interim. Everything else in there regarding the regulations, the minimum floodplain corridors, filling the lots, the extra freeboard the city's going to have to do on their roads, which will add wider bridges or higher costs for roads. Those are permanent. So that's why we want to be sure and recommended initially the study, just to be sure you knew and we knew and the community knew we've got a problem. This rain is more serious and we've got to address it. A typical every 3-year bond issue at $1 million or $2 million is not going to do it. We need to get more aggressive and figure out what is going on and how to do it. One of the things we talk about is adjacency. And yes, this is formally saying the staff can regulate outside the floodplain and require the same freeboard standard. We think that is beyond what the state, Nebraska Department of Natural Resources, they don't require adjacency. We also looked at, here's the FEMA regulations. They don't require adjacency. So we're going beyond what the state and the federal government is talking about when it comes to adjacency. We feel that we got to reduce and go for flood storage and better flood storage. We need to be sure that the 1 foot protects the structures, which we agree. It's the lot within the floodplain we disagree on, and the lot adjacent to the floodplain to be filled. The lot's not protecting property. It's not protecting human lives. That's the structure, the home, the business. That's the part we need to raise, and not the lot in our judgment along the way. We talk about one size fits all. It's a 1 foot rise. We suggested mapping because I think even the Olson resiliency study, which by the way, my company's name is on that study as a consultant, we feel one size fits all is not adequately protecting. We have the under and over problem. The Olson study suggested that in some stretches, and it's the levee stretch of Salt Creek they measured, went up 0.6 and not a foot. In other sections I read, it went up 1.3 feet, which is higher than the foot requirement. So we're either going to add extra costs on the under or give people a false sense they're protected on the overreach problem if they rely just on the foot. That's why we suggested mapping, so that we feel the public and the different sectors need to understand their risk, because there is a risk. There's a risk of higher floodwaters, and there's a risk that the floodplains could be growing in the formal mapping process along the way. I had an engineer quickly did an analysis on the minimum flood corridor, and they looked at 2 sections, and I don't think 2 is adequate a number, but they looked at, that's what they were kind enough to do, and they concluded that on average, they lost, every 160 acres, they were losing, in their judgment, 10 to 14 acres of developable land. Not floodplain land, developable land, because of these requirements. If you assume $60,000 an acre for this type of developable land, you're talking a loss of value of somewhere between $7,700 to $4,500 loss per acre. That's up to 6% of the developable area, and it projects to be about 3.5 to 4.9% increase in lot sale price. Now, what's very interesting is that's my study. And one of the reasons I've been criticized, or we've been criticized in this whole process, is this administration has said we've had 10 months to go get the studies done. And what we have been trying to do for those 10 months is to say, let's do the studies together so that neither side can say garbage in, garbage out. Both sides would be involved in the selection of the independent consultants who have nationally done these things. And they would then be able to articulate what I call the better solutions along the way. And it's one of those things where there is loss. You know, we could have spent 10 months and gone out and done our own studies, but I don't think people would have believed us. It was more important to us as a coalition to get the city team on board with our team and be sure we engage the public, not just the engineers, on this process, and study this and really figure out the costs. So it's disingenuous to say we don't have studies, because that's what we're trying to do for 10 months, is to engage on those studies. Along the way, we also just want to note to you, as they rely on a FEMA study, correct? And so what's interesting about the FEMA study is it doesn't require a minimum flood corridors or protection. It doesn't require you to bring a lot, not the building area, not the house, but the lot out of the floodplain along the line. And it doesn't require adjacency. So when FEMA does their study, it's under their narrow guidelines, and those are the numbers you get. But that's not what's in front of you. The FEMA study does not reflect the regulations that you're being asked to do on minimum flood corridors, adjacency, and raising property 1 foot, the whole property 1 foot higher. It's interesting to note that when you have to raise the lot, both in the old and the new areas of Lincoln, think about that, the whole lot. If you're in the older area and the street's already there, and all of a sudden you have to raise 2 feet, the whole lot, not just the house, but the whole lot, and you have to do it all the way to the property line, and then the right-of-way's down here. Tell me how challenging that's going to be for ADA. Tell me what the aesthetics are when, in other words, protect the home. The lot can slope and meet back to the grade and have floodwater. In fact, when you don't fill a lot, what happens? You've saved some flood storage areas. But filling the lot, you lose those comparable flood storage areas that we need to be sure we don't cause additional flooding to our neighbors. The city administration initially was very supportive of the more comprehensive approach for the 4 objectives. I heard they were comfortable, and remember, it was to have regulations, but let's study them to be sure the cost effectiveness of them were balanced. It was to do mapping. They didn't want to formally do the mapping for fear of liability. And I said, great, we'll do the mapping, but would you help us at least share that information so the property owners from high to low would know where the projected floodplain is going to be. We think that was a reasonable request. And again, we also asked to study and jumpstart structures in a major new way. There's a lot of issues to resolve on just how to jumpstart. It's going to take a long time to get the federal money and the other matches, but to Lincolnize it right away. What type of structures, what basins are more important? Those are decisions that the community should discuss, not just the engineer person who submits the request for proposal to study structure should look at. So we recommended that type of information. And as was mentioned, we think more money's needed. The community's got an issue, and the typical bondage approach is not going to be adequate. We need more money. We need more money for structures because we're going to have to match some federal dollars. We need more money because there's some homes that just are in the floodplain that are never going to be able to rehab because they've gone too far down. And what do? Do we just let them deteriorate, or do we have to look at some potential buyout program, which will be controversial? But we should have that discussion along the way. We, 4 years ago, we had a The administration, like I said, initially expressed support, probably for about 8-9 months, led me to believe we were going to engage. It was a slow, Mickey left and other things, but it wasn't until the last couple months that I was told we aren't going to engage along the year. And we think that was a missed opportunity because we were willing to fund the $125,000 to do that approach with the help of independent consultants to make it go forward. So we're not thinking we're the bad people here. We're thinking this is the way rational processes should be looking at this to make it go forward. We have also recommended, and we thought we were doing this, a technical committee full of engineers, because this is technical. And then a steering committee made up of non-engineers that would look at the bigger picture, the public policy, how to find the money, where to start, what's acceptable type of structures, things of this nature in our community. And of course, we also felt that the workshops and the outreach, it was a real good effort for engineers and some developers and crazy land use attorneys. But I don't think the rest of the public knows what's in front of you today. And it's too bad. I don't think, I was in front of the Chamber of Commerce and 90% of their hands came up and they did not know about this. And they're informed people. So I think it's missing that along the way. And of course, we also think there's other public policy issues you've got to weigh this with. We know workforce housing is important. We know affordable housing is important. We know the missing middle is important. We know protecting older businesses, older homes is important. Job retention, job creation, and funding infrastructure, not having costs added to infrastructure because we don't have enough of those dollars already. And this will hit roads costs particularly. Councilwoman Washington, you asked about the Salt Creek study. Yes, they figured out and modeled all the tributaries that go into Salt Creek, but they only measured the rise, the 0.8 of a foot rise on the Salt Creek section. They did not go and measure the rises on the other tributaries. And that raises the question, is 1 foot adequate? Some of my engineer friends are saying Salt Creek's such a huge basin, if it's 1 foot, the other basins could be less. But yet the standard is, again, one size fits all along the way. I got the privilege to work with 10 different engineers who have helped articulate and are expressing worrisome concerns about what's in front of you today, and they're the ones that usually stand up here in their companies. So they're still thinking we are short on doing this and we're overreaching in areas we shouldn't be overreaching. So again, the Stormwater Coalition truly, truly appreciates your time and interest. And we'd be glad at this stage to answer any questions and look forward to seeing your wisdom.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Yes, Councilwoman Raybould?
So the same question that I asked the city, during that 10-month period where nothing was going on except perhaps some of the community outreach, did the city administration ever reach back to you and engage you and ask if you wanted to participate in some of the community outreach or activities, or did they check in with you and see where your team is at?
I either had like 12 meetings or emails with the administration, and what we were focused was to outline the process, get those 4 objectives, hired the independent consultant, and we did not feel, we felt when you had the study done, then there's something to communicate to the public that isn't currently been communicated. So we did not talk about public engagement during that 10-week process, other than the steering committee and who should be on it and who should be the chairs and things like that.
So one other issue that, and I don't mean to beat a dead horse on this one, but about flood insurance and the reduction that people will see if they go to these mitigation efforts and build the buildings higher. At one point in time, will they see any flood insurance reduction? Or do they have to wait for the updated FEMA maps to validate some of the work they've done?
My friends have educated me, and they told me that you need, FEMA looks at their own maps and judges it accordingly off of their maps. And unless and until you either go in and do an individual map amendment, which is interestingly long and complex, or you wait for the FEMA update standards, which will have the NOAA 14 data in there, they're doing their actuarial ratings based on the current floodplain maps. Now, could the city get a credit for doing something from FEMA in the meantime? I don't know that as it can be done, but I've always been told they rely on their own floodplain maps and not on some city policy that you might have in place that could alter that risk that they have to pay for if there's damage.
Yep. And I know you had mentioned that you worked with the city on the 4 objectives. And I know one of the objectives that makes the most sense is to review and carry out an economic cost benefit study of the stormwater regulation revisions. And I know the coalition had offered to help fund $125,000 of an independent review and analysis. And so, you know, in the Salt Creek floodplain resiliency study, they talk about past studies have demonstrated that flood management measures will not be effective if they are not implemented in a comprehensive and systemic manner. And then they go on and say, we talked about structures. Are we focused on the structural improvement? And it says, any comprehensive evaluation of potential structural flood management measures will have to provide a cost-benefit analysis to establish economic feasibility. Without a benefit-to-cost ratio greater than 1 for a proposed project, most federal and state funding sources will not be available. So I guess the question would be to you, are you aware of anything outside your coalition's efforts to offer the cost-benefit analysis? Is the city also simultaneously working on a cost-benefit analysis? Because I've said this before, we can walk and we can chew gum at the same time. We can look at these regulations as well as structural elements that we need to really be embracing. Because if we do some of the amazing improvements, and if our structural stormwater drains cannot handle the capacity of the additional rainfall that we all agree is coming, we're kind of back in the same place.
Let's distinguish. There's 2 different types of cost analysis here. The one for the what I call like Antelope Valley, where we went through that process, that is a detailed, long-term NEPA, environmental, you name it, study, and that does need to have a positive cost-benefit ratio. What we were supposing in our study was a mimic of it, but not to the same detail extent. We felt that you could take the proposed regulations and list the benefits, and there are benefits, and list the costs, and there are costs, and judge whether or not the net's there. Because, again, FEMA and the state do not require 3 of the major areas that we're have in front of you today. That's the question to me. Are those extra things have a positive ratio? And that's what we were proposing in our cost benefit. Now, when you mention structures, Olson did recommend and study structures. They studied 16 as just one example. There's many ways to do this. And what they concluded with their 16 is the 0.8 of a rise that the NOAA data adds could be mitigated down back to the current, plus they said the stream could go down another 8/10 with this structure. So it was a 1.6 foot swing just on structures. Well, anytime you go below the current standard, I will show you a lot of people that will smile, because that means they're probably out of the floodplain and they're not subject to that risk and they're not having to pay flood insurance. That is a really good, important community goal, and that's part of the comprehensiveness we feel. We feel if we can have our amendments so we don't overdo it, we still want to engage on those other three purposes, because this problem isn't going away with regulations.
So if the amendments that you're proposing are worked out and we can approve them, your coalition group would still offer to work with the city on doing some of your 4 objectives, with the mapping, with the cost-benefit analysis,
Study,
and also
find
looking
money.
at funding to help implement some of these changes.
Yes, it's your community and it's our community. We're in it together, and that's why this is such an important topic that extends just beyond the floodplain.
Councilman Bowers.
Thanks so much for coming out in your presentation. I'm viewing all of this through the lens of the May storm of 2015 that particularly affected Northeast Lincoln, which is the area that I represent. And then the council at the time had to create $1 million disaster assistance fund, essentially, to help folks out, right? And that's the thing that keeps going through my mind, and kind of what's led to some of my questions. I was not involved with any of the negotiations that happened between the city and the coalition. I've heard the concern that there has not been enough public outreach or public engagement, but then I also hear that there's been 14 amendments that have been created. And so what I'm trying to figure out is if there have not been enough public meetings or negotiations with the coalition, how did the 14 amendments come out? Because it seems to me that those 14 amendments are significant and that there's a lot of them. So can you help me kind of understand the difference?
I do. First of all, I think the 14 amendments they're referring to, but they'll correct me if I'm misstating it, were things they heard during the last 10 months. Okay, we as the coalition were not negotiating amendments until the last 2 weeks. So a lot of those amendments were things they had already heard from the engineer community and stakeholders, and so they did address some of that. The point is they haven't addressed enough when you talk about what we think is a better balanced approach.
We also heard earlier today that some of the amendments actually reduce or eliminate some of the protections that are currently in place. And one of those was moving the 40 acres to 80 acres for, I think it's called the bed bunk.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
No, I do not agree with that. The city has the right today to go up to the very, very, very top of the hill. Not 40 acres, but to your home, my home, and ask the engineers to show how the 100-year floodwater will convey through that area. And when they do that, the city's got the power to put an easement in place to protect that corridor. So, and then the other thing minimum flood corridors do, in my opinion, is improve water quality. And the city's got all sorts of good regulations on water quality requirements. So the city has water quality standards already. They have the ability to map what I call the 100-year route already. So going from 40 to 80, just what that does, in my opinion, is it's going to have less land that is developable, and it will keep it developable to help reduce costs.
And I think the last question that I have is, we've heard about structures, and then we've also heard about regulations, and how structures can provide some more of a longer term solution, right, instead of regulations. I guess my question as it relates is, do you think that it is an either or situation, or do you think that it should be a combination of both?
Oh, it's a combination of 4 things. Regulations, structures, mapping, and money. So yes, you're chewing the gum at the same time. Yeah, I mean, we should be able to do all four because they're interrelated. That's how you solve this community issue and make it better for people inside the floodplain and people that rely on businesses and transportation networks through the floodplain.
Can I ask a clarification question? So just to clarify on that, what I'm hearing you say is that we shouldn't abolish the discussion of looking at what regulations would be appropriate to protect folks that are in the floodplain, but we should be doing both, and that's talking about regulations and talking about structures.
As well as getting people mapping so they don't have to wait 5 to 8 years to find out. Plus, we know we need the money to build structures and help people with buyout programs.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Other questions for Mr. Seacrest? Yes, Councilwoman Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Seacrest, thank you for coming down and giving your presentation again. It was a little different than it was last Monday at pre-council. I have a couple of I need some clarification. So I'm glad to hear you say all four. I think we all agree that more money is needed. I think we all agree that floodplain mapping needs to be done. I think that the mapping piece is you're asking that we do quicker mapping away from the FEMA process so that we take on mapping ahead of FEMA, or we set FEMA aside and we do mapping before that. So if that were to happen, where's the certification of that? How do we affect, lowering flood insurance costs if we do our own mapping? What community?
Yeah.
And if we do you know of communities who do their own mapping, and what
Based
happens?
on what I told Councilwoman Raybould, us doing mapping won't change the FEMA risk analysis.
Okay, so it doesn't change that.
But
all right?
it does tell people right now whether or not it's 6 inches or 2 feet or 3 feet. It tells them how much at risk they are rather than just assume one size fits all. We think that's important. There's informal mapping, which we can take the topo maps and pour in the NOAA 14 data and have a pretty good estimation, not as well as a FEMA process, but pretty good. Or we could hire engineers much quicker than 5 to 8 years, and they could map. We've done this before. They're called watershed studies, and they have modeled it, and they come back and they show you the best available data, and you have declared it flood prone, which means it's regulatory. It's not FEMA regulatory, but it's your regulatory, so people will stay out or are protected from that floodplain. And then the third is the actual FEMA process. The reason you're saying 5 to 8 years is because the city's hoping for grants to pay for these mapping is expensive by FEMA. Maybe we should be finding money faster and doing it faster. The third way, if you think that's the only way to go. But I think there's 2 other ways that could be very beneficial.
And then could you clarify, you had said you wanted to study jump starts? And Jumpstart. You used the phrase jumpstart a couple of times, and you wanted to study jumpstart. Could you clarify what
Sure.
jumpstart is?
Yeah. Okay. Right now, I'm not clear. They haven't reached out to us about how to study structures. And structures are complex. There's coming baby bear, mama bear, papa bear. The city's done some analysis of some of those structures, but not the probably bigger ones that will require a match. Okay, let's take structures. Do you just have the city hire an engineer to go start a structure analysis, or do you think we should first discuss what basins are most important to look at structures in, what areas of Lincoln should be protected first, biggest bang for the buck, what structures are acceptable to Lincoln's value system? I will show you a variety of stormwater structures, and some are not ecologically friendly, and most can be. So we don't want to have anybody go study something that isn't in Lincoln's value system, in my opinion. So we should be able to eliminate. We should also be able to start right now as a community and communicate to our congressional delegation, we're coming. Because we know how long that process can be. And the more they see the public and private sector singing out of the same hymn book, left, right, RD, I think the more they will help us. And so that's the jump start to me, is it needs to be outlined. Something this complex, you do a work plan on just how to do it. The
Agreed.
process.
And
that's what I mean by jump start.
Analysis, different structures is important. I just wanted to understand if jump start was a new phrase that I didn't
Well, it's
grasp.
another word for 6 months, but
Oops.
Thank you.
Are you good, Councilwoman?
I'm good.
Any other questions for Mr. Seacrest? Councilman Shob.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Seacrest, I was not doing a very good job of taking notes, but I think you said there were 3 areas that of concern, and the adjacency, the fill, and I didn't
Yeah.
need a third one.
okay, adjacency, and then filling the lot instead of just the structure. And the third one was minimum flood corridors. That extra protection and extra width. To the best of my knowledge, that's not a FEMA nor a state of Nebraska requirement.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And to follow up on Councilman Shob's question, if there are no others, on that very point, I want to make sure I understand what you just said and said throughout, that it's not, adjacency is not required by FEMA or by the state or locally by the city, correct?
Well, right now, I think the city has been trying to implement adjacency, and they just haven't had it in their in the regs or in the ordinance strong enough. Now they're articulating it very clearly.
It is, we've stumbled a little bit with the definition. We collectively.
Yeah, we didn't know what adjacency. They used the word adjacency, but we didn't know if that was.
So what would, yes. So what would be your opinion of if it's not required? Why would we require it? Or maybe that's an answer for the administration.
Again,
Question.
our amendment on the new growth area is we're willing to support it.
Okay.
Okay, it's the old growth area that can't do it.
Adjacency. Okay.
Yeah, because they will discover that they're not going to be able to rehab very successfully. They're not going to be able to bring a foot in extra soil all the way to the property line when the street's already way below.
So
Those are the challenges.
So that sort of goes back to your one size does not fit all in terms of adjacency, in terms of this proposal.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay. Thank you.
But it is easier in new growth areas when it's a cornfield to add that foot.
Right. Okay.
So-
Understood. Okay. Any other, before we let you sit down again? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the council for a break, or do you want to keep going?
Take a break.
Okay. All right. All right. Can we reconvene at, we will, take a 7-minute break and reconvene at 5:30, and we'll come back and take testimony. We'll have, do you want to wait for? What? Do you want to wait for? You need Chris or you do? Okay, I'm going to ask you to start. Okay. All right, we are ready to start again. Thank you for your forbearance. And Madam Clerk, could you please tell us how the next session will go on the testimony, please?
Okay, thank you. I have a list here of individuals that I assigned to testify, and I'm going to go through my list as fairly as possible for those that had came and asked me initially at first and moving forward. I will be calling 2 individuals that had already signed in at the initial start of the meeting, and then after those 2 individuals testify, I'll be calling those that are in opposition, and then I'll be calling those that are in favor, and then the remaining of those that have signed afterwards. And then if there's anyone else that's in here to testify on these items, you can then come forward to testify. Everyone has a total of 5 minutes. I have the timer set for 4 minutes total. It will go off, and I'll give you a reminder of a 1 minute remaining, and then I will call time. First up on testimony is Ken Haar.
Good. Thank you very much. My name is Ken Haar, and I live at 1808 Folkways Boulevard. I was on the Lincoln City Council 25 years ago, and show you how long ago that was. I almost didn't recognize Mark Hunsaker when I met him. So we've both gotten pretty great. And then I was in the Nebraska legislature for 2 sessions as well. So I'd like to start by, first of all, thanking you for the hearing. And then I would like to start with my favorite philosopher who you might recognize. And here's a couple of quotes. If you come to a fork in the road, take it. And but my favorite one, and I'm just going to keep it short tonight, is the future ain't what it used to be. And this is from Yogi Berra, of course. Today I want to remind us all that at the most basic level, what we're talking about is climate change and how a smart Lincoln should adapt to climate change. Climate change is the elephant in the room. Now, this morning in the Washington Post, there was good and bad news, and I'm going to start with the good news. The good news is that Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm is going to announce tomorrow that there's been some breakthroughs in nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion is kind of the holy grail of generating electricity, because if we can ever get it down, there's no carbon footprint, there's no radioactive waste, but you're messing with temperatures of 1,000,000 degrees. And how you change all that heat back into electricity. But anyway, there's possibly some good news on the horizon. Now, the bad news, and this was also in the Washington Post, was they talked about the derecho, I think I'm saying that right, which is the widespread long-lived windstorm associated with bands of moving showers or thunderstorms like Iowa had in 2019. And all of a sudden, these are starting to show up at times they never were before. So, and there's some other bad news not covered by the news today. We're already experiencing climate change in Nebraska. The temperature has risen more than 1.6 degrees Fahrenheit since the beginning of the 20th century. And that comes from the Nebraska State Drought Mitigation Center. 1.6 degrees since the beginning of the 20th century. Science also tells us that because of climate change, extreme weather events are and will be more frequent, stronger, and stay longer. Those 3 terms, I'm going to keep saying that. The bad news has broad implications. For example, it's bad news for the insurance industry because they have to try to figure out how they're going to cover their losses and what to insure. Engineers designing roads and bridges are going to have to look at more frequent, stronger, stay longer kinds of extreme weather. And then it also mentioned communities developing flood plan regulations. And that's us. So how do we acknowledge that extreme weather will be more frequent, stronger, and stay longer as we develop our flood plans? Well, in my opinion, first of all, we have to acknowledge that Lincoln's climate is changing and that it is and will affect flooding that happens over time.
1 minute.
Thank you. We can't just kick the can down the road, down the road, down the road. The effects of climate change on Lincoln's environment are not going away and will only increase over time. So, in conclusion, with climate change in mind, as you vote on the flood regulations, please remember that extreme weather events in Lincoln will be more frequent, they'll be stronger, and they're going to stay longer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken, for being here. Our next testifier.
Next up is Jean Hanlon. We also do have 2 podiums with microphones. Next up, after Mr. Hanlon, is Rick Kruger. That microphone is also available, so we can keep a rotation going to keep testifiers current on their turn. Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gene Hanlon. I live at 2710 Ryan Street, and I support all the proposed text amendments before you. In addition, I ask that you not delay action. You have all the information you need to approve these changes, and there is no need for additional public involvement or further study. I would have preferred the city adopt the 0.2% annual chance of floodplain delineation and associated flood elevations that was in the recommendations of the Salt Creek Resiliency Study, rather than the 0.1% annual chance in these amendments. However, I view the development of floodplain management standards and practices as a long-term process, and I believe that proposed changes are an important first step in that process. I also believe that it's important to adopt these changes so that we have protections in place as we move forward in developing new FEMA floodplain maps, consider the development of a voluntary buyout program for properties at risk, identify new structural improvements to reduce flood risk, and identify new strategies to fund flood protection. I'm confident that in this process there will be broad public involvement in the development of these floodplain standards. Opponents argue that the process for these changes was flawed because more public involvement was needed. However, there were a number of stakeholder meetings and one-on-one meetings with neighborhood and community leaders over the last 4 years. In fact, the city has held a number of meetings with development representatives this year. They've listened and modified or deleted 14 elements of the flood standards. I also want to remind you that you were elected to represent Lincolnites and to protect our health and safety when standards such as this comes forward before you. I don't think there's a need to do additional outreach to homeowners or existing neighborhoods with floodplains within existing floodplains or people interested in buying homes in newly constructed floodplain neighborhoods. The reasons are simple. Buying a new or renovating an existing home is likely to be one of the most significant financial investments in a homeowner's life. It only makes common sense that the homeowner would be willing to pay a little extra to protect that investment from the future of climate change, future impacts of climate change. In addition, it's my firm belief that no thoughtful homeowner or buyer would knowingly place their family's lives at risk from a future flood event. Opponents also argue that the city should weaken the proposed standards on properties adjacent to floodplains. This is a serious mistake. As you all know, FEMA floodplain maps do not take into account the future impact of climate change. In fact, FEMA officials have testified before Congress that over 40% of the National Flood Insurance Program claims made in 2017 through 2019 were properties outside the official flood hazard zones or in areas the agency had yet to map. Another opponent argument is that the city should not create minimum safety corridors for development areas as low as 40 acres. This would also be a serious mistake, as analysis has shown that the city's proposal for minimum flood corridors is similar to the bed and bank calculations currently used. Making changes as the developers want would be a step backward. It would not only place homes near the corridors at risk, but also increase the amount of stormwater going downstream in heavy rain events. This would increase flood risks for low-income and minority member households along the Salt Creek levee system, which you all know doesn't meet FEMA accreditation. I have faith in the expertise and experience of the city staff and their review of the issues. You should too. I'm sure you would hate to see, years from now, newly constructed neighborhoods in or near the floodplain having the same problems that North and South Bottoms currently have. It's time to act, not delay. Delay can be dangerous. We not only need smart development, we need climate smart development. This is the first major challenge in implementing an element of the council-approved climate action plan. It takes political will and a collective long-term vision to bring about climate-smart improvements to our building and development standards to protect our health and safety. Please approve these floodplain best management practices. Thank you for your service to the city. Do you have any questions?
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Hanlon. Next testifier, please.
Rick Kruger. Up next will be Todd Wilton.
Good evening. My name is Rick Kruger. I'm the president of Kruger Development, and I'm here on my own behalf. I've been involved over the last 4 years, or however long they've been, with all the discussions regarding this, and I just want to focus on two things tonight. And this is for the adding the extra foot to the future floodplain. I don't do any of this redevelopment work in the floodplain areas. We do pretty much greenfield development. However, I think there's going to be some sort of regulatory purgatory that these people are going to be cast into, because nobody's even approached the whole notion of banking. How do you deal with banking here? Because if FEMA is the regulated floodplain is here and the city's here, how does that work? And also, if you're going to raise the lot, then you have to compensate for that fill somewhere. How's that going to occur? We don't know. So this is going to be a double whammy on those folks who own those properties in there. This will be most keenly felt in the single-family development, in the built environment, and also those existing buildings or commercial buildings that are in that in those areas. So that's the first thing. The second thing probably affects our office more, and that's this issue of minimum flood corridors. First of all, that has nothing to do with the floodplain, in that in greenfield developments, we're already outside of the floodplain. We ring fence them off. We're not developing in there. Maybe we're crossing with the street or something. But I don't think the same dynamic is in greenfield as it is in the built environment. By reducing from 150 acres to 40 acres the sites that must be included in mandatory widths will be a huge burden, especially on the smaller sites. And I've passed some things around I'm going to show you in just a moment, but the minimum set aside that they want is 90 foot. Well, 90 foot, a residential street is 60 foot. Okay, you get your sidewalks and everything in 60 foot. LES, when they have a big wire down the middle of your property, 80 foot. So we're even bigger than that. But I looked back on something that we did about 20 years ago, and this is in Vavrina Meadows. And for those folks that are watching at home, if we could get that. Okay, this is as it sits today, and you see here is South 14th Street. Here is Yankee Woods Boulevard. This blue represents the existing, how we developed it under the old standards. There's Marlene Park. There is Vavrina Park. Those are, actually, I don't know why we're not doing more of these small little 10,000 square foot parks. But anyway, there was a big line that came down here, transmission line, and it had an 80-foot right-of-way, or easement rather. And so we wanted to line this up And by the way, this is where it goes under 14th Street. This one here is about 55 foot wide. That's about 60 foot wide. This is generally 120 or thereabouts. And this drains probably 2 sections of ground that comes through here. This area here drains some up here, and then this over here takes care of this little area. Okay, so that's how it's built, and it's worked well. Now, if I can find, here it is. If we were doing that today under these existing, or under these proposed regulations, this is what I believe it would look like. The drainage way came through and it kind of curved around like this, and it comes under 14th right at this point, so you got to hook up here, but it comes around here. And then this one kind of came from down here and down through this area here. These additional red items are, I believe, how it would affect us today. Now, with our overhead line coming through here and this here, it would have done a lot more than take 2 or 3 or 4% of lots out of that. And I haven't calculated this, but it's more than just the 1.5% or the small percent. By the way, I got a Core 404 permit to realign this, and we came out and looked at it, no problem, move it over, that's how it was built. So the reason why this is important is when you increase the value of the land component, the land is the biggest component of the house. And generally there's a ratio of 1 to 5. And Tom, I bet you know this. If you pay $50,000 for a lot, the end house is going to be about $250. So every dollar that you add to the front end is multiplied by 5, generally speaking, by the time you get to the end. And this is not a $100 deal per lot, what you're talking about. And every land is different. So when you talk about going, now this was about 200 acres more or less, but when you talk about going from 150, which is a little smaller than a quarter section, to 40, that's a big, big deal.
Time.
I'll stop there, and if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. But those are the main points I have.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Washington.
Mr. Kruger. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Kruger, thank you. Please leave. Okay, so you said that you got a 404 permit to
Yes.
realign
Yes.
the creek, or the drainage.
ditch.
The ditch. So you realigned it to also align with the easement, the electric easement.
Yes, that easement comes from the power station at 27th straight through here.
Are you assuming with your red line that you do not receive a 404 permit?
I believe that based on what I have seen, and I've been involved in all these, that curve would need to stay in there. I don't believe under today's proposed standards we could have changed that. Also, if you look at the one, excuse me,
Let me get him some water.
at here, that would have affected quite a bit. Okay.
Yeah, we're going to get you some water
Thanks.
so that you don't expire at the podium. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for answering that, because that's not my understanding, but I appreciate your perspective. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Councilman Shob.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kruger, for coming down. I'm a little confused, and I need you to help me with this. I got confused on whether you were talking about lots or acres or drainage, and so the new proposal says the bed and bank was hard to calculate. We'll go to developments with 40 acres, and then there's a request to go to 80 acres. I thought you were talking about lot size. Are we talking about different things? I'm a little confused.
The current standard is 150 acres.
150 acres?
So any change in that standard will diminish the yield of lots. That's how this will work out.
Okay.
And if you look at this, we would have had we not realigned that, we would have had an island of properties here that you could not, well, you could have developed somehow, but
It would restrict your
it would have
ability.
restricted the yield. And the yield overall on Vavrina was about 3.8 dwelling units per acre, which is pretty good for the single family. If you put the multi with it, it's 6 dwelling units per acre. So it's really a fight over density, and density is the capital that the community has. So, I mean, this is my hometown. I don't like people to kind of screw it up. Not that I'm saying that staff screws it up, but this is an important enough issue I felt I needed to come down and testify.
I appreciate you clearing that up for me.
Yeah.
I was a little confused on lots, acres, and the 150 is the current standard.
Yes.
Thank you. That helps.
Any other questions, comments? All right. Okay, saying none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next testifier, please.
Todd Wilton. Up next would be Katie Bullmeyer.
Welcome.
Good evening, council members. It's great to be before you. Todd Wilchin. I work at the Lincoln Chamber of Commerce, 1128 Lincoln Mall, Suite 100. Just a few remarks. First, I want to thank all the council members for the past few months. You've been excellent to work with, been very engaged on this very difficult and complex issue, and we very much appreciate it. The Lincoln Chamber of Commerce is committed to growing a vibrant and diversified economy, supporting environmentally sustainable policies, and demonstrating leadership in our community. We very much appreciate the opportunity to serve on the Salt Creek Resiliency Study Stakeholder Committee, as well as the Mayor's Climate Resiliency Task Force with other community stakeholders. The Chamber viewed both the Salt Creek Resiliency Study and the Climate Action Plan as having the potential for a constructive framework for solutions benefiting Lincoln's residents and businesses in partnership with local government. It provided opportunities for everyone to work together to develop policies that would be practical, flexible, and predictable to address climate change. If we could reach these ideals among the various stakeholders, we believe this will serve the broader and vital goal of durability. We strongly believe addressing climate change requires collaboration and not confrontation. Improving our environment and growing our economy should not be viewed mutually exclusive. Together, we should develop strategies that address our climate risks and challenges while avoiding economic harm to businesses, citizens, and disadvantaged communities. For these reasons, we joined a coalition of 26 other businesses, developers, and nonprofit, for-profit, and civic organization wanting to work with the city to take a more comprehensive approach before adopting new standards to better inform policymakers and the community. Mr. Seacrest outlined those 4 objectives that we were desiring. While we do not dispute the science and accept the updated rainfall data, we believe more study was necessary to review the impact these proposed updates will have on housing affordability, economic development, financing public infrastructure, and other priorities outlined in the 2050 comp plan. Regrettably, the administration declined our offer to work together on these objectives. In response, the Stormwater Coalition, working with a team of local engineers, developed a minimum set of amendments to the proposed stormwater regulations. We are supportive of the proposed amendments presented by Mr. Seacrest, and we would still be willing to work on the remaining 3 objectives. We look forward to remaining engaged on the important issue of how our community faces the challenges of climate change, and are committed to assisting with the development of innovative strategies for ensuring our community is resilient to adverse impacts. With that, I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wilchin. Are there any questions? Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Katie.
Katie Bullmeyer. Next would be Ann Post.
Welcome.
Thank you. Members of the Lincoln City Council, my name is Katie Bullmeyer, and I am the Policy and Research Coordinator for Lincoln Independent Business Association. For the past 42 plus years, LIBA has stood as the voice of small businesses in our community. Today, we represent over 1,000 members whose businesses cover all industries right here in Lincoln and Lancaster County. I'm here to provide the input on discussion for the flood and water quality measures. I first want to thank the members of the council for sitting here tonight and having a discussion. We really appreciate the good feedback and the excellent questions you guys have been asking. First and foremost, I believe we can all agree we want to put together a good plan to mitigate the impact flooding may have in our community. As the city considers flood mitigation plans and how to implement policies, several factors need to be balanced. As a community, we should focus on making the right decision and not pushing through a policy which will have an outsized negative impact on other city priorities. There is a very concerned coalition who is wanting to work with the city to understand and mitigate the financial impacts of this plan. LIBA's developer members consistently say we need to study this more and make the right decision to balance city policies and not rush into a decision. The policies discussed today, from increasing the freeboard to expanding minimum flood corridors, will have a huge impact on the growth in Lincoln. For these reasons, LIBA requests that the city allow the time necessary to evaluate the final policies proposed and coordinate a study to better understand the cost of this going forward. We have had great discussions with many members, and we appreciate you taking the time out of your day to listen to our LIBA members. There is no reason why the city cannot work with a coalition who has come forward to help with this issue. Everyone at the table wants the same outcome, yet it appears at this point people are unwilling to participate. Therefore, we request the City Council delay action on this item and not rush in to adopt a policy in a position without considering how it will ripple through the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ballmeyer. Are any questions for Katie? All right, thank you.
Ann Post. Up next would be Kyle Fisher.
Good evening. My name is Ann Post. I'm an attorney with Rembolt Ludke Law Firm. I'm here today to testifying on behalf of the Home Builders Association. And the Home Builders Association opposed to this measure as written, but in support of it with the amendments proposed by the coalition. And so the Home Builders' opposition to this is based on the tremendous impact it's going to have on the cost of housing in Lincoln. Now we understand and we know that this is going to have a tremendous impact on the cost and the affordability of housing in Lincoln, on that is new build construction, on renovations, on redevelopment. We can't tell you exactly what that cost is yet because no study's been performed. So what we're basing our thought on is our knowledge, knowledge of the building industry, anecdotal knowledge, which is not always what we'd prefer, but that's what we have at this point. So absent a study, it's our estimate that the proposed amendments are the best way to balance both the city's responsibilities to address flooding in Lincoln, as well as the city's responsibilities regarding affordable housing in Lincoln. And so with that in mind is why we're asking the city to continue to work with the city and this council to work with the coalition on the proposed amendments, to adopt the proposed amendments to best balance the two extremely important interests. With that, I will also deviate from my notes and to echo several of the other speakers and to thank everyone. There's been a lot of time and effort that has gone into this. It is contradictory that there has been a lot of time and effort, but there is still a rush to the final regulations. But I also know that in the last 2 weeks, these council members have been very responsive to try and work to listen to every group interested in this. We really appreciate the investment in that. So thank you. With that, I am happy to answer any questions and any further discussions.
Questions from Ms. Post? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. And hi, Kyle, welcome.
Kyle Fisher's up. Next would be Mike Eckert.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name, for the record, Kyle Fisher, and my title in appearing before you today is Executive Vice President for the Realtors Association of Lincoln. We are at 8231 Beechwood Drive. We're a professional trade association. There's about 1,100 realtors today. We've doubled since the housing recession that you can remember back in 2007, 2008. So, it's a great growing profession. And, they're working hard every day on the residential side and on the commercial side, helping people achieve the dream of home ownership and the dream of finding a space for their business and achieving that goal that they've dreamed of, which is maybe having something to call their own. We're members of the coalition that are being represented by Mr. Seacrest, and I only rise today and speak to you to affirm our association's support for the work he is doing and for some of the amendments I know that you've discussed a little bit and that he's working on and working with you. Our association, our association's board has reaffirmed its support for that work a couple of different times throughout this process. And there's, a lot smarter people than me that you'll hear from, Mr. Kruger, Mr. Eckert, others who can really talk about these real world effects better than I can. What I'll say to you is that we've done our best work in Lincoln with consensus. Some of you have been around for a lot of these discussions, Pinnacle Bank Arena, access management standards, roundabouts. All of this has taken a long process to reach consensus. And I think you've seen through the Notes and Planning Commission, through the number of people in this chamber today, by the testimony you're going to hear, that we're not to consensus on this issue yet. Because when you look at the coalition that Mr. Seacrest represents, that we're part of, that's a pretty vast coalition. That reaches way beyond realtors or home builders or business organizations. It reaches much further. And so we started this process asking you for a delay, asking for some of the studies, not to use the one-size-fits-all. You've heard that, the bazooka to kill a fly, all of those analogies. You've heard that today. We've put forward some amendments. We stand behind those amendments. We stand behind what Mr. Seacrest says, that with those amendments, we can appear before you or talk to you next week following your vote and say there's consensus on this, the regulations that you guys have talked about over and over again of 4 parts. And I think if we can get together and find consensus on these regulations through these amendments, it makes it much easier to walk hand in hand when we talk about things like structures that can come with price tags close to that billion-dollar mark. We're talking about going to the Missouri for water for $1 billion. We're talking about structural solutions, Lake Ward, Lake Washington maybe, that could reduce flooding and make real impacts. That's real money that you're going to need consensus in raising in this community. We think these amendments are rational. We think they build consensus. We think they bring on board constituents that you don't have on board today, and we think it's easier to move forward. We ask for your support.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments for Mr. Fisher? I know. Don't go too far too quick.
There.
That's all right. That was, you tried. I think we're good. Okay, thank you very much. All right.
Up next is Mike Eckert. Michael Bash will be after.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mike Eckert with Civil Design Group. You see me before you with multiple development projects, and I am here representing, I guess, our firm and some of the future home buyers of Lincoln. Our firm is one of the few firms that does not generate a lot of revenue from city projects, and so that allows me to maybe be up here to speak more freely in front of you than some of them. I'm not speaking for all those other firms, but I've been intimately involved with this project, dating back to the initial work in 2017, 2019. In fact, I came before you when the Salt Creek Resiliency Study was implemented into the Climate Action Plan and asked that you add back one of the critical items that was left off of the recommendations, and that was to continue to explore the structural solutions for this flooding problems that we have. And you did that, and I thank you, and I want to keep that forefront in the city's mind. It was done at that time, according to me, because the cost-benefit analysis that was kind of back of the envelope done, they didn't feel like it was going to meet the federal standards. And so, but I think we got to continue to research and solve those options. I want to do a favor for the public and everybody watching, and including yourselves, to put a little bit of context on these text amendments that are before you, and what they are and what they aren't. And so if they could bring up this map of the Salt Creek Drainage Basin, it will, I think, help folks understand what the city is trying to accomplish here in terms of the massive size of the Salt Creek watershed. In essence, there we go. We're talking about a basin that goes out into Butler County, Saline County, Seward County, almost touches Gage County to the south. And most of these regulations that and text amendments we're dealing with are to the new growth areas. And so the areas that you can see there in dark red are the new growth areas expected over the next 10 to 15 years. And so they account for about 3% of the total drainage basin of the Salt Creek area. Tim, it's 875 acres roughly, and about 600 though drains into the area of the levee system. So this is why these structural solutions cannot be forgotten. And the city's promising they won't. But I want all of you as elected members to keep that in front of them. Because putting these regulations on 3% of the basin is not going to stop any flooding that's going to happen in the next 10 years. There were a couple council members who said, I really feel like I need to pass this because if there was to be a flood again this spring, I would feel horrible that I didn't pass it. What's before you doesn't do anything for flood control except on new growth areas. And that's new preliminary plats that could come before you in the next few years. I don't know that there's even going to be any in the next year. Part of the reason I think a delay really doesn't do much harm because all of the existing ones we have approved that aren't developed out are going to be grandfathered in under the current conditions. However, all those subdivisions, as you know, have been required to do detention. Our firm has been using the NOAA 14 Atlas data for some years now. Most recently, with my friend Adam back there for Friends of Wilderness Park, we did it for the Wilderness Crossing. It did demonstrate that the sales get bigger, so developers are paying a cost for that in losing developable land by using the new data. If this amendment could be streamlined, it would simply say new developments have to use the NOAA 14 data, and that if anybody comes in for a permit to expand their house and they're in the floodplain or to rebuild it, it needs to be 2 foot above rather than 1. It's commingled with a lot of things that have been confusing. There's been a group of engineering firms helping to translate the data to Kent Seacrest so he could further understand it. And with this whole process, I do want to say Tim Zock has done a tremendous job. We would have never, I think, reached as much compromise with his predecessor.
1 minute.
That Tim has. We feel very good about the concessions that he's made, but there are still some impasse. My primary impasse is taking the new standard to 40 acres of drainage basin. The existing standard says if there's bed and bank, you have to protect it. If it's a farm field and there's no bed and bank, we can develop it. And so without going into great detail, that is still my greatest concern on the impact of development. The fewer lots will be able to be built, that cost will get passed on to each subsequent lot. And so we really feel that standard should go to 80 because even when we're less than 80, often we are in core jurisdictional drainage ways that have wetlands. And so I don't think it's going to have as negative of an impact. Primary reason for that standard too is to protect adjacent properties from a stream when it begins to meander. And at that 40-acre level, we really don't feel like we have that volume. Tim would disagree, but this is where we have an honest disagreement that we have found we can typically pipe it. I will wrap it up fast. We can put it in storm sewer underground up to about that 78 or 80 mark. That's when we as the engineer for the developer will make that economic decision. Is it better to leave this open or is it better to pipe it? And so that's my number one concern that's left on the table for you all to figure out. My time is up, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Councilwoman Raybold.
So, Mike, if your suggestion is to pipe it, what is the size of the pipes that you need to use to handle that increased capacity of the additional rainfall needs?
Well, it varies on the steepness of the area, but you may get up to between a 21 and a 30-inch underground culvert. But when we start to exceed some of those sizes, that's when it's cost prohibitive. It's like, well, let's leave this thing open. And we know it does create an amenity, and we've talked about that with staff. But in the compromise Tim made, I appreciate, he said we could pipe that area, but we still have to mitigate the green space somewhere else on site, so we'll lose more land. And I think that the economics of the pipe has been the driving factor for lots of years. We never really liked the bed and bank standard. We're tired of arguing with Tim about it. Every other firm's, that was Tim's first thing. Let's get rid of it. Let's go to an acre standard. But I think the acre standard is too small. So, but that's an idea on the pipe size. We've talked with staff about trying to say when it's over a pipe size, but you know, you have to leave it open. But we felt like that wasn't probably the right route to go.
Is there a cost savings to come up with a hybrid version or no?
I don't think so, because every time we look at it, it's slightly different. Like I said, because some sites might be steeper than others, and the CFS through the pipe can move faster. So we think going back to 80, we used to be the FEMA standard of 640, and then we went to 150, and now we're going to 40. We'd like it to back up to 80 because that's where we've seen it on single-family home subdivisions where it's probably applicable. And again, if I have a 40-acre corridor on a site and there's wetlands there today, it's a core issue. It's an Army Corps of Engineers issue. So we'd have to go through the permitting process to go through that, which is so painful that we just avoid it. So the Corps has the back, and this is what the term I use with them is these low-value corridors where it's a farm field that's generally farmed through, or there was a grass drainage swell created so the farmer wouldn't have erosion. It's okay to develop through there and to put some pipes in and build houses. When we get up to that 80-acre mark, we're willing to accept that. That's coming down 50% from where we're at. So,
Any other questions for Mr. Eckert? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Bash. Up next will be Marilyn McNabb.
Good evening, Council. You've been really diligent processing through this. My name is Michael Bash. I'm with JEO Consulting Group. I'm a water resources engineer, 2000 Q Street, Lincoln, Nebraska, 68503. I lead the water resources engineering department at JEO, and I live in the Cripple Creek neighborhood in the Beal Slough watershed here in Lincoln. I'm here to express support for the proposed revisions to the city flood control and water quality protection manual. For over 20 years, JEO's water resources team has specialized in flood risk analysis, flood risk management, and hazard mitigation. And in our experience, a multifaceted and shared approach to flood risk management is the best way to buy down flood risk to the community. Everyone shares responsibility to reducing flood risk. That includes the city, individual citizens, property owners, and the development community. This is a holistic approach which includes a combination of structural measures such as dams and levees, as well as non-structural measures such as flood risk mapping, insurance, building codes, zoning, public risk communication. We agree that structural measures such as upstream dams should be investigated as one approach to reduce the city's flood risk. But it's important to note that these measures could take decades. We have to make a decision now, in my opinion. We agree the city's floodplain map should be updated as quickly as feasibly and technically possible to better understand flood risk. We also agree that in light of the deficiencies in the city's floodplain maps, it is important to adopt these interim flood standards. It's prudent for the city to adopt increased floodplain development standards in the interim to mitigate risks while floodplain maps are updated. We agree there will be incremental costs associated with this, but from our experience and also based on many studies that have been completed, these costs, the costs of disaster recovery far outweighs these interim and proactive mitigation costs. It's important to remember that flood risk does not stop at the 100-year or 1% chance. We're talking about a chance of 1 in 100. Would you play the lottery if you know had a 1 in 100 chance? Flood risk goes beyond that. If the interim standards prove conservative once floodplain maps are updated, the consequences is additional flood risk reduction to the property owner. That's not a bad thing. The potential consequences for building substandard are far worse. These manual updates and interim higher standards will help reduce risks to our fellow citizens' safety and property, which should be a goal everyone shares. One thing I'll add is I've appreciated the conversation today around what about the developed part of our community? What are we doing to invest dollars to reduce their already known flood risk and the real floods we've seen? Well, wouldn't it have been nice if we rewind in history, if we would have developed those areas with some standards knowing that these people in the future could be flood prone? You guys are equipped with that knowledge now, and you have the opportunity to increase your standard on the floodplain one in an interim sense until better data is available, and we suggest that's a prudent measure. Are there questions?
You good? Any questions for? Yes, Councilwoman Raybold.
Mr. Bash, have you had a chance to look at some of the amendments that the coalition has been proposing?
Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the amendments.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Bash, very much. Next testifier, please.
Marilyn McNabb. Up next would be Adam Hintz. Marilyn McNabb first. Following Marilyn McNabb is Adam Hintz.
Thank you. My name is Marilyn McNabb. I live at 1701 West Rose. I congratulate you on your endurance to listen to this complex debate. I'm going to sound like a grumpy old woman today, but that's how I see this issue. The proposed change in the agenda items 5H through 5M should be enacted without delay. Climate change has made obsolete the information on which our current flood rules are based. It's not just Lincoln. It's true everywhere in the country. As the Washington Post headline shouted last week, America underwater. This year, extreme precipitation deluged communities across the United States, a hallmark risk of a warming climate. Government flood insurance maps often left residents unprepared for the threat. The excellent climate action plan that this council adopted in March of 2021 calls for the following, quote, implement recommendations of the Salt Creek Resiliency Study, which is what we all call the Olson Report, but that's the fuller name. Amend regulatory standards for freeboard, the amount of space needed to raise a building above projected floodwater elevation level, based on an updated precipitation data of the NOAA Atlas 14, end quote. It seems to me there are two groups of people with special interests in your decision to delay or put into effect immediately the changes. A number of attorneys for developers testified in favor of delay at the Planning Commission hearing. Developers appear to me to be the loudest voice calling for delay. The other group, who are described in the Climate Change Vertus report to the city, are, quote, when Lincoln's floodplain maps are overlain with poverty data by census tract, it becomes clear which neighborhoods may have multiple vulnerabilities to flooding and its after effects. The North Bottoms and West A neighborhoods are two neighborhoods where the confluence is clear. The neighborhood is the highest, with the highest poverty rate, 59%. North Bottoms is also the highest risk of flooding from Salt Creek, end quote. Public safety calls for action, I believe, and I think that's what elected officials are for. I want to point out that there is a great deal more to do to protect Lincoln from flooding. This is really small stuff compared to the changes that are needed. For example, the Salt Creek Floodplain Resilience Study, also called the Olson Report, said, quote, recommends the study and the Lower Platte South NRD take into further consideration 6 non-structural flood risk reduction measures. The non-structural strategies include cluster subdivision regulations, overlay zoning, voluntary buyback programs, setbacks, riparian preservation, low-impact development regulations, and higher floodplain management standards. When I read in the newspaper about Mr. Seacrest's proposal for a dry dam, what I see is a call for delay. It's a request to do the Olson study a second time. The Olson study is excellent. It's a remarkable report. It's very thorough. It's very thoughtful. I don't see how it could be done better. It's surveyed the county for policy and engineering options and presented 8 cases that apply to Lincoln. We don't need a second Olson study. The 8 cases are very interesting. There are other places how they have dealt with exactly the same problem. Climate change means we are in a time of great uncertainty about when and where heavy rains will come. We know they will come. Restraining development in the floodplain is the most cost-effective approach to reduce flood need protection of climate change.
Often they didn't spend of the Salt Creek Resilience. Join the Salt Creek stakeholders process.
and given space, even agricultural heritage. The Salt Valley Greenway and Prairie Corridor Master Plan displays this quite clearly. Between floods, the plain can be savored. During a flood, the plain will save us. Bottom line, this is a safety issue. The safety of our homes and community is priceless. The process has been thorough, the science is sound. Any delay would endanger our neighbors. The same support we give law enforcement and the fire department is also needed for the highly professional and intelligent staff at LTU. We understand that the text amendments have changed since they were presented to the Planning Commission. We would like any amendments to be approved only when technical details need to be clarified. Any amendment which weakens the protection of our community must be rejected. Friends of Wilderness Park looks forward to more conversations on this issue and urges the council to adopt the text amendments as they were presented at the beginning of today's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Adam? No comments?
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Mr. Dale Williamson. Up next will be Chloe Densberger.
General Williamson, you're back.
Thank you, members of the council. I'm Dale Williamson. I live in Lincoln, 5315 Thies Cove Drive. I'm testifying as an individual property owner to support the November 16, 2022 approval action of the Lincoln Lancaster County Planning Commission on the text amendments. As a background, I worked a long time for the state of Nebraska as an agency director for the Natural Resources Commission, which is now the Department of Natural Resources. I had the responsibility to implement and the floodplain management throughout the state. So I had a lot of long years of experience of that. As mentioned to the Lancaster Planning Commission, the capital city of Lincoln was one of the first groups to refuse floodplain management. We had to take over the state of Nebraska. I told the Planning Commission about Kilroy, but I'm not going to go into Kilroy was here today. But it's a good story. But anyhow, in Lincoln, we're at a point where some well thought out improvements are before us. That's a great study. It's a great study. Sure, you can make some amendments. There's always some things, and I hope the council, I know the council will look at that. But let's don't go with a further long delay. That just would be the wrong thing. This is very typical of floodplain mapping in the state of Nebraska and all over the country, because I've gone to a lot of meetings throughout the United States when changes are made to many communities. To request the request for delay, I remember most visibly Mayor Bob Sargent of Beatrice, along with a grocery store owner, Mr. Umpenauer, brought a contingent to meet with Governor Exon, and some of you don't even remember Governor Exon. and of course, Governor Exon summoned me over right away. And boy, they were really unhappy with the Beatrice study. They were so unhappy. And when it was over, the governor said, well, what should you do, Dale? And I hope I said, let's stick with the mapping. Let's stick with the mapping. Well, we hadn't heard, well, I did hear some more about that because Umpenauer, I met him at a holiday meeting. It was in December. And he followed me around all over trying to get me to change my mind. Now, I'm not discouraging you all from going to a holiday meeting over that holiday party. But anyhow, the complaints really did not stop. But most unfortunate, just a few months later, in that spring, the Big Blue flooded. The Big Blue flooded. And there was Mayor Sargent. There was Mr. Umpenauer. There was Jim Exon, there was Dale Williamson, and a bunch of others standing on the bank. And on that bank, we could see the Umpenauer store with 4 or 5 feet of water in it. And so the goal here today is make sure that any building is above the flood level so we don't get water in it, a foot, 6 feet, or something. And certainly, we don't want anyone in Lincoln to go clean out slime, tear out the cabinets, take the board, take the plasterboard off the wall. I've been in a lot of those houses, and planning before and doing it right. Now, it may never happen in Lincoln, but it's bound to flood in a floodplain, and make sure we do this right. So
1 minute.
flooding remains our number 1 disaster. For my theme today, when Jim Exon said to me, "We got to quit meeting like this," when we were at another flood just a few weeks later. So my theme today is we got to quit meeting like this. Thank you.
General Williamson, thank you. Are there questions for General Williamson? I would be remiss not to, General, could you come back to the, hey Dale, could you come back? Could you just, so.
I thought we got to quit meeting like
Yeah,
this.
well, we should. But you helped create the NRD system when you worked for which
Yes.
governor?
I was
Part of that,
responsible
when
for
you
the
created-
implementation of the NRDs.
Under which administration was that?
Oh my gosh, that was way back under Nobby Tiemann.
Okay, all right. Well, I would be remiss not to mention that. So
Yeah.
thanks for all the work you've done over the decades and decades for water.
Yeah,
and
thank you very
water
much.
resources. Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
All right. Next testifier, please.
Up next is Chloe Denzenberger and Clint Denzenberger.
Hi, my name is Chloe Densberger. I am 15 years old and I'm a student at Lincoln East High School. I realize that I'm only a child, that I don't have the same view as a developer involved for the sole purpose of profit. But I would like to speak to you about what climate change means to me. I would like to tell you why I'm standing here today, why I believe so strongly in protecting our future for the next generation of kids and the ones after that. Why I speak not only for myself, but for everyone in this room, and for the lives of future generations of people, people who we are deciding the fate of right now in this very room. Few know that I played a part in trying to protect the very water that our city is spending millions on to bring here. I'm referring to the Missouri River, and the reason I mention that today is because it is relevant to all discussions around our city water use, whether that is flooding preparations, well water quality, or wastewater quality. They all come into relation with the water demand that we are facing in our city. Just as I left donations for the water warriors, just as I listened to thousands of prayers rising in the North Dakota winds, prayers that ask for the hearts of all our communities to be open to the sacred resource we all depend on, I pray today that some of those prayers are answered. As a whole, I know we can all agree that nothing can be done about the policies or decisions in the past that have polluted, depleted, destroyed our water, or the lives and property that were destroyed because of bad practices around flooding. It's important for us to note that we no longer have to continue carrying on this tradition of neglecting the well-being of our future, and we can finally take responsibility for what we do going forward. Let me ask you, how many people live in Lincoln alone? About 300,000? What about the population in 30 years from now? Whatever that number may be, whether it's 1 million people or still 300,000, those numbers represent each and every single person that will be affected by this decision, from a few selfish developers who seek nothing but wealth and financial gain. After this decision is made, let us be reminded that never will we be able to take this decision back. There might be things we could do to temporarily fix damages made, but ultimately will do nothing to repair the environmental stability that we have now. Making smarter decisions today by our own design is economically sound and ethical. We can adapt to be sustainable and profitable, whether you believe it's possible or not. That's why I'm standing here right now. That's why I'm here instead of at school running around with my friends. So you can listen to my voice and understand there's more to this decision than just what developers want you to believe. I tried to make some effort in helping our situation today. Now I'm asking those that have significantly more assets to bring to the table to open their hearts and see what share they can contribute for the safety and prosperity of our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chloe, very much. Are there questions for Chloe? All right, seeing none. Thank you. Great job. Yes.
Hi. Thank you, Chloe. That was great. Clint Densberger, Friends of Wilderness Park and longtime member of this community. That's a tough act to follow. She speaks from her heart. And I hope that, and I pray that my actions will match my values, and she doesn't hold those. I don't have anything that needs forgiving from her later. And I try to live by that standard. When looking at this complex issue, which affects so many of us in the city, it's interesting to hear some of the details and some of the engineering data and the floodplain maps and how current they are. And of course, we have done lots of studies and we have lots of current information. And maybe the developers are going to have a better satellite than NOAA. I'm not sure. However, we have a lot of data on the table, and we already understand not only what's happened in this community since 2015, but really going back decades. I mean, we've always had floods, and we can't prevent those floods. Those floods are going to happen, but we can mitigate future building and future development to make sure we mitigate the damages from those developments. And I think that's the primary impetus of this legislation in front of us. And I think that's why a little prudence of erring on the side of caution, taking some action today is better than a perfect plan in 6 months or a perfect plan in 18 months. I think taking an action today that speaks to our commitment to the mayor's climate action plan would be a step in the right direction, I think, for all the members present, to show that you understand the urgency and the need of climate change and the need to do something, and to take that bold first action, knowing that there will be more debates going forward, that more data will come in going forward, that we will learn more as we go, that we need all the guns firing at once right now, and then we need more guns later. Let's use the tools we have and the assets we have right now and integrate those into this policy, and then amend things as we need to going forward and be able to adapt. And I think all of us here are able to adapt. But I think what we have in front of us has been well researched, lots of money spent, lots of amendments made and backroom deals or however those get made. And I think at this point, this has already been watered down enough. And I think if it gets watered down anymore, we're all going to be flooded out here. There's been a lot of good conversation, and I understand the concerns of wanting to save a buck or two here or there on 875 potential acres going forward. And that's a valid concern. But if they would rather just write all those rules themselves, well, that's fine. Let them build those properties and develop as they wish, so long as they insure them going forward. Let them put their money where their mouth is. I think that's kind of a funny proposal, but I really think there's really good stuff in front of us already with the proposal at the table, and I really support making a decision today that reflects the values of this community to take care of its own. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next testifier.
Next testifier we have is Linda R. Brown. Up next after Ms. Brown is Roy Helm.
Hi. You guys have been so helpful in so many ways, and you listen so hard. I go back to the 9 Mile Prairie conversations, and now here I am to represent the Wachiska Audubon Board in support of these proposals. But I want to tell you a little bit more of how I got involved in worrying about water. I was president of the Unitarian Church Board in 2015 when we had just finished a new addition on the back of the church, and there was a lot of raw dirt. Along came all of this rain, and we flooded Eastridge neighborhood with all this horrible, messy stuff from our renovation. So we needed to make a decision. What were we going to do? And we couldn't afford to put our neighbors at risk again. So we went to the NRD. They helped us build a retention pond for $25,000. It was sort of a shared project, but we needed to make a decision as a board. You guys are in the position of making decisions, and I know you don't want to be in the position to say, Salt Creek is rising. Are we going to break the dike to the west and let the water run that way to protect the eastern part, our downtown area of Lincoln? I mean, these are decisions that leaders have to make. So and then I read that Olson study and was horrified. I had no idea we were so at risk until I read that study. And I'm sure you may have flashed on that yourself. I've tried to alert people at the Unitarian Church and certainly people at Audubon, and now I want to share their position statement with you. We're supporting the text amendments. I want to tell you Witchiska Audubon is a local chapter of the National Audubon Society. We office here in Lincoln. We own 9 prairies and hold conservation easements on 23 properties in southeast Nebraska. We have over 320 members, local members, and many of those members reside here in Lincoln. So this is one of our local issues. We support the Lincoln-Lancaster County Planning Commission decision to approve updates to the floodplain regulations proposed by the city. We ask you to vote yes. And now a little bit about National Audubon. National Audubon has done several significant peer-reviewed studies showing the connection between climate change and the health of the very existence of many bird species. We're Audubon. We're into birds. We understand that addressing the causes and effects of climate change is one of the biggest challenges now for all of us who respect the natural world. We were pleased to see the city's study on climate effects in Lincoln in 2020 and the council's adoption of the Climate Action Plan last year. Thank you. National Audubon urges us to speak up for environmental justice. And I say this next sentence with a little bit of trepidation because I like to have everyone working together. But I heard at the Planning Commission, well, I was sitting at home watching it on television, but I heard developers say at the Planning Commission that proposed changes would make affordable housing more expensive. We in Audubon say, we do not want anyone to be flooded, especially low-income people.
1 minute.
We say that we do not want anyone to be flooded. The climate study identified flooding as one of, if not the most important risk for the city. The Climate Action Plan calls for implementing the recommendations of the Salt Creek Resiliency Plan. Given the new floodplain maps from FEMA could be 5 to 7 years, we believe that the information in the climate study and the policy directives adopted by the council in the Climate Action Plan call for the city to adopt the updates to the floodplain regulations proposed by the city. This is a test of the council's commitment to apply what we've come to understand about climate change. Understanding how dramatically a hotter and more unpredictable climate has changed our world leads urgency to this moment. Please do not delay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Any questions?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Roy Helm. Up next would be Margaret Reyna.
Good evening. I'm Roy Helm. I identify with the pronouns of he and him. I live at 2750 South 13th Street, which is on Otoe, Missouri land. I'm speaking in favor of adopting these proposals. I think it's important not to wait, and I'm also feeling a little threatened. When I hear things like the coalition being bantered about, and there are so many organizations and entities involved in the coalition, it sends a chill up and down my spine. I feel like we're being threatened by this group, and I know we shouldn't, because we live in a democracy, and in a democracy it's not always fair, and within a democratic process, representative elections, you're going to make decisions for us. We don't have consensus. We just don't. We can talk about it and pretend we do, but I don't think there's anybody who is going to stand aside from their positions to let this be passed the way it is. That's the only way we can get consensus, is if we all agree, or if those who are opposed stand aside. I don't see that happening. So the decision will fall on your shoulders, and I hope you do the prudent thing and vote in favor of it. There were other things that struck me in some of the conversation. There are others who have spoken in favor of this that have spoken my mind well, so I won't dwell on those issues. But I just want to touch on a couple of things that I heard from those who are opposing, and wondering why we would go above FEMA or state recommendations or regulations for floodplains and future planning. And I think what we need to do is take FEMA and the state requirements as a minimum standard. That's the minimum standard we should be looking at, and anything we can do to enhance that further protects our city and our citizens. There's a cost associated with all of this, and unfortunately, a lot of our decisions come down to money. And that's what I'm hearing from the coalition, is this is a money issue, and we're going to reduce the ability to maximize the potential for lots in a parcel of land. Well, I offer that maybe that land shouldn't be developed in the first place. I mean, the indigenous peoples, the natives, didn't live in some of those areas because they knew that it was a floodplain. But yet they came to this area because they knew there was water here. This is a water-rich environment, and we should respect the water. I heard it a little earlier about respecting the water and appreciating it. And we need to respect what water can do and appreciate that there are places where it is challenging to build, and maybe we should find other alternatives, because this, to me, is not about affordable housing, because, quite frankly, with the way inflation has hit the housing market, how much housing really is affordable for the average person in Lincoln, Nebraska? Our focus should be not on affordable housing, but it should or low-income housing, but we should be focusing on no-income housing. But that's another conversation. And I'm also struck by the irony of we're talking about planning for floods when we're in such a drought area. But I think that gives us a false sense of security, because we're not used to it raining anymore.
1 minute.
But when it does rain, it rains a lot, as we saw in 2015. So please, I implore you to protect us and vote for these new proposals and regulations, and reject the amendments, because I don't think they're necessary. So thank you.
Thank you, Roy. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next testifier.
Next testifier is Margaret Vrena. After Mrs. Vrena is Foster Collins.
I'm Margaret Vrana. I thought I only signed up just to be in support. So I will, do you need my address, et cetera? You have it. Thank you. I just wholeheartedly support the council voting for the amendments. Bless you all.
Thank you very much for being here.
Foster Collins. After Mr. Collins is TJ McDowell.
Good afternoon, council people. My name is Foster Collins. I live at 2100 Calvert Street, and I'm here to support the proposed changes to the drainage criteria and water quality protection manuals. I also think you have all the information in front of you at this point to make a decision. I was a part of the Mayor's Floodplain Task Force that met in 2002, 3, 4, right around then, passed the regulations that we've been living with for the past 20 years. And at that time, a lot of the development community came forward and said, if you pass all these regulations, you're going to destroy affordable housing, you're going to kill the economic engines of Lincoln. And I think you'll agree that in the past 20 years, Lincoln has flourished. One of the main things that we learned on that task force was the motto of the National Association of Floodplain Managers, which is no adverse impact. Whatever you do in developing land should not have an adverse impact on your neighbors, downstream, adjacent, wherever. You've been, I'm going to toss out a lot of this because you've heard over and over, and everybody's agreed that climate change is real and climate change is happening, and it's a dynamic situation that we find ourselves in. Whatever changes you pass to the regulations at this point are probably going to have to be revisited. We don't think that climate change is going to click over to a new reality and stay there. We don't know where it's going. The protections are a good first step, and if realistically, I'm fearful that whatever protections we pass at this point, we'll need to revisit in the future. There are three things that I've heard that are really the real objections that people have to these changes. The freeboard, which they've not really argued that much. I mean, Kent said that he agrees that they need to have some. It's how much it is, and I trust the numbers that Tim and the LTU engineers have come up with, that for the interim, we need to have an additional foot. Adjacency is the other one. They've argued that if we don't remove adjacency from the argument, that it's going to hurt development. I'd just like to remind you of the statistic that Gene had, and I can't remember how many times it's been said, 2 or 3 times. 40% of the flood damage claims in the past few years have been outside the mapped floodplain. If we don't protect the adjacent areas, we're not protecting all of the area that's at risk. And the other one is the flood corridors, the 40-acre minimum, and preserving an open waterway that would carry, this is the standard that would replace the old bed and bank arrangement. One of the other people on the floodplain task force was Mr. Kruger, Rick Kruger, and since he brought up his anecdote about Vavrina Meadows, I'd just like to point out, I mean, I've walked that area in Vavrina Creek down into Wilderness Park when if they had developed Vavrina Meadows with that 90-foot corridor that he showed on there, that would have preserved a large area that would have absorbed rainfall, would have slowed the water that is now flowing through culverts into Wilderness Park.
1 minute.
And we probably wouldn't have had to have Parks and Rec spend thousands of dollars to build a road into Wilderness Park to remove the old Hinterlands Bridge over Vavrina Creek, because that all washed out. I don't know if you're familiar with Vavrina Creek, but its confluence with Salt Creek is just north of the old Rock Island trestle. And when Vavrina Meadows was developed, that was a shallow little ditch with a waterfall into the downcut channelized portion of Salt Creek. It's now at the same level as Salt Creek, and there are thousands of cubic yards of soil that have washed out of Vavrina Creek, out of Wilderness Park. And a lot of that's because that area we didn't have a nice grassy swale, open floodway that would slow the water. I'm not going to argue the advantages of density of development and how many lots would have been taken out or what the economic impact would have been. But I think that we would have had a lot less erosion in Wilderness Park if we had kept an open waterway rather than a culvert.
Time.
And I hope that the culverts that they're agreeing that they can do in some cases won't be in all of them, and I hope you'll keep to the 40-acre minimum. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Collins? Thank you, Foster.
Up next is TJ McDowell. After Mr. McDowell is Rosina Paulini.
Good evening, council members. I promise I'm not going to use all 5 minutes because it's fast approaching my bedtime. TJ McDowell from the Mayor's Office, 555 South 10th Street. I'm here to testify in support of the proposal. And I want to highlight an equity issue addressed by this proposal. But I want to start by saying, first, I was born and raised in Lincoln and lived here my whole life. I like to say I'm a homeboy. I lived in the Clinton neighborhood until I was in my 20s. I lived in the near South for most of my adult life. I do work for the mayor, but I'm here because I care deeply about this community and all its members. In my role as an advisor to our mayor, I'm working to increase the voice of those who have traditionally not had a say on decisions that impact them. To that end, I've started to ask and encourage others to ask a series of 4 questions about policy and resource allocation decisions. How will this decision help us achieve equitable outcomes? Who will benefit or be burdened by this decision? How will impacted communities be engaged in the decision-making process? And what does the data tell us? Here's why I'm supporting the flood protection plan after using those 4 questions as a lens. Many of the families currently living in the floodplain are low income and or from racial ethnic minority groups. The reason for this, as you know, is that land and housing in the floodplain is less expensive than other areas because of the risk to lives and property. And you're right, we've talked about competing priorities, and affordable housing is a high priority. But continuing to build homes in the floodplain without these protections is not an equitable, affordable housing strategy. The cost of new construction or substantial improvement of building 2 feet above the 100-year flood elevation instead of 1 foot above is minimal compared to the cost of flood damage to a family that can least afford it. The flood protection plan ensures that we do not continue to perpetuate inequities that cause low income and families of color to live in greater risk from flooding. And I'm asking that you would vote to stop this inequity from being perpetuated and vote for this flood protection plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. McDowell? Comments? Thank you.
Pleasant dreams.
Rosina Paulini. Yes. Up next would be Laurel Vanham.
Hi, folks. I do not know how this works, but I watched somebody do it last time. It was really cool. Can you make magic happen?
It is
Thank
in the
you.
process of happening right now.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hey.
Thank you.
My issue is that I could never do your job because I can't be that impartial because I'm always passionate about whatever it is. And I'm not sure I would really represent my people very well, but I'd sure try. The reality is, I don't think we should ever build in a floodplain for exactly what Foster said. So I'm going to do a little pictorial because sometimes that tells the story a little better. I know exactly what Foster's talking about, Verana Creek, so we're going to visit that a little bit. Not that specific one, but it is the same story. You might remember Bill Wayne. He's passed, or maybe he's well in his 90s. He was a geologist. He was really focused on Wilderness Park. Alluvial silt soil is what these banks are made of. And so you will see, and I'll describe it, what you see here was taken last week. This is, and I focus on areas that you can walk to. So you can go to Pioneer Boulevard and you can literally walk a quarter of a mile and see this. I've been documenting it since the 2015 flood. Now we're having an island in the middle of what used to be a really tiny island because the bank crumbles trees, chunks of land, all of it into the creek. So somebody there was a letter to the editor about the creek is the deepest it's ever been. And then I saw your picture of how the creek is not the deepest it's ever been in the last 100 years because we're filling it up with the banks of the Salt Creek. So these are illustrations of what's going on in the Salt Creek. You get these steep banks. They get undercut with the tree roots, and then the whole tree slides in, along with whatever manner of material slid in with it. After the 2015 flood, it was like an echo of droppings, big chunks of the creek bank falling into the creek bed. So this is another illustration. This is an area that we would call fitness loop. I used to watch deer play in this water. This was all water. There was no grass, okay? Now we have a thin sliver of creek rolling through. That speaks to the amount of bank that is now in your creek bed. So law of displacement, and I was wrong. Like this amendment, this language we're bringing forth is super important. We need to tear the bandage off, and we need to do like something now because this is continuing. So the next one is that same area right before 2020. We got a lot of water in there. Now we don't, okay? It's all filled with creek banks. Okay, I know I'm gonna really hit on this because this is a really, we need the regulation, but we've gotta deal with all of the creek bank falling into the creek bed because salt water can't hold as much water. So here is a really good illustration of that sharp drop. We get a hard rain, everything, roots, all of it comes into the creek bed. I'm gonna fast forward because I don't want to take a lot of your time. Engineers are equipped with what they have. This was the 14th Street Creek crossing. It cost $15,000. I happened to be there when the engineer signed off with it, with Sarah Hartzell. And knowing that area, because I spend a lot of time in that area, I said, that will wash out in 1 week, the next high water, which actually was a week later. And it did. It totally washed out. $15,000 of work because we didn't understand that the creek beds, with the intensity of the water, bring the creek bed into the bank into the creek bed.
1 minute.
So this is speaking to Foster's Verana Creek idea. We have a lot of tributaries. This one is about to be repaired with a big culvert. It's called the Cardwell Branch. It carries all of the water from West 77 right on through, okay? The velocity of this water is really intense. This was in 2020. I made sure I dated it. Okay, 2020 in the winter. Now we're 2021. You can see that chunks are falling in. This is a major thoroughfare to water, for water to get out of the creek and find a tributary. Now we're like, trees fell in. I know, I cross the creek anyway. Now we have nothing. There is no way for that water to get through. Okay? This is like a really small scale of what is happening with the Salt Creek in general. I documented areas in the Fitness Loop, Old Shaney area because they're easy to access. I'd be glad to take any of you on a tour if you give me just a little more minute. Why this is important is because in 2012, it was dry like this. Actually, it's drier now. Then 2014-15 hit. We had some floods, didn't we? Okay. This was another project that's an issue because this brand new bridge is going to go too. But anyhow, let's move forward. This was 2020 high water. High water that was not flood stage, okay? When we get the next high water, this was 2020. Let's do the math. 2015, okay, had the drought in 2012. 3 years. We don't know what climate change is going to do. I'm guessing we have 3 to 5 years before a good next high water. And if we don't do some regulation now, we're going to have a worse situation than we did before, because I think I've illustrated that we have more stuff in the bottom of the creek. Law of displacement says that creek won't hold as much water.
Time.
Right? Do you see my picture? Is the illustration pragmatic? Does it make sense? Like, if we don't do something about stabilizing the creek banks and get the soil, the trees, the islands out of the creek bed, it won't hold as much water for your next flood. And I predict we're looking like 3 to 5 years.
Thank you, Rosina.
I'm sorry. I know it is not documented like you all do. It is not statistically sound, but I watch for patterns. This is a pretty prevalent pattern, and I really feel like we need to pay attention. But thank you for your service, because it's really late. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, please.
Laurel Van Ham. After the next speaker will be Mark Lindeman.
My name is Laurel Van Ham. That's Laurel, and the last name is 2 words, Van, V-A-N, space, capital H-A-M. I live here in Lincoln at 4150 South Street. I want to start by saying thank you all for what you do for our community. I'm always kind of in awe of the privilege of coming to talk with you, and I thank you for listening to all of us today. I moved to Lincoln 50 years ago, and I have to admit that I was pretty reluctant to leave the Chicago area where I grew up. I found Lincoln to be a pleasant university town with a wonderful sense of community, although lacking in some features of city life. Anyone interested in ethnic food at that time had their choice of Italian at Tony and Luigi's, or going out on West O to the Congress Inn for Chinese food. Anything else, we headed to 72nd Street in Omaha. But over the past 5 years, Lincoln has managed to retain that pleasant sense of community while also growing up to be a mid-sized city. In some places, the word city has a connotation of dirty and dangerous. Here we aim for, and we usually attain, diligent and dynamic. Lincoln has a special both and sensibility that has made me fall in love with this place and that continues to make me so proud of this city. Both and pretty much describes where I stand on most things. I always want to do both. Protect the environment, protect the economy. And I think our city is smart in the way that it values both science and nature and also business and development. And that's why I'm here today, to urge you to adopt the recommended revisions to our current flood protections. It's fairly obvious that precipitation in Lincoln is increasingly erratic and extreme. The FEMA maps that were used to determine current conditions are 60 years old, and they're no longer adequate. And it's going to take several years before FEMA is ready to publish new maps for our area. We've been over that, haven't we? So we have to make some choices. We could choose to push against the science and nature side of the issue and defy the threat of more flooding. But we all know who wins when we try to argue with Mother Nature. We could also push against the building and development side of the issue and simply not do any more building until the new FEMA maps are available, which of course would mean economic disaster for our city. Or we could revise our current design standards and municipal codes to make the recommended changes and meanwhile keep right on building. That keeps us on that diligent and dynamic path. Adopting the recommendations will not preclude continuing to come up with innovative structural solutions to the threat of floods. But it will preclude knowingly building homes that are vulnerable to flooding. Saying that these regulations will be a burden in no way means they aren't necessary. Lincoln's both and perspective is often just plain common sense. Whether we're talking an affordable cottage or a small mansion, if a home and its residents are not safe from flooding, we're not using an affordable strategy. I encourage you to adopt the common sense recommendations before you.
1 minute.
Are there questions?
Thank you very much. Questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Lindeman. If there's anyone else here that would like to testify, please come to the podium and you can sign in the sign-in sheet.
Good evening, Mark Lindeman, Lower Platte South NRD, 3125 Portia Street. I remembered this time. Dear council members, thank you for this opportunity to speak in favor of the proposed improvements to the city ordinances and design standards. A lot of effort, time, and thought has been provided from throughout the community to get to where we are today. As stated in the Comprehensive Watershed Master Plan adopted by City Council last October, the City Watershed Management Division and the NRD have a common desire to promote sustainability by maximizing safety, minimizing flood damage, and conserving our natural resources, to ensure a quality of life for future generations. The topics of erosion and sediment control and floodplain regulations are all a part of the NRD's objectives. And the NRD believes the proposed updates will provide long-lasting benefits and are a good step forward to ensure resiliency in our community. The NRD agrees with and supports using the most current rainfall estimates, utilizing the latest technology and other best available information to plan and design for the future. This is important when we identify our floodplains to ensure new floodplain development isn't located within the floodplain or is adequately elevated. Until new floodplain maps are completed and approved by FEMA, the NRD agrees that the additional 1 foot of freeboard interim requirement should be enacted to avoid structures being built today, only to find out later that they are not elevated high enough or properly protected. The city and the NRD have partnered together over the last 20 years to study and improve our stream corridors, and the NRD is in support of the proposed changes in the Flood and Water Quality Protection Manual that provides the additional protection of our stream corridors and our community. The proposed improvements to setback requirements to create buffer stream areas based on drainage areas, that 40 acres, creates a consistent and simplified process, removing that ambiguity that we have right now, and will also do a better job protecting our stream corridors. The proposed changes to post-construction best management practice and erosion and sediment control practices also align with the NRD's mission and will make our community a better place to live now and in the future. In short, the NRD supports the proposed changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilwoman Washington.
Andra.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Lindeman, I have a question for you. I know that you've been involved, NRD has been involved in this process for years, decades, as you said. And I am curious if you've seen the amendments that have been offered in the last 3 weeks.
Just seeing the amendments that have changed, nothing, the recent amendments we haven't seen, no.
All right. We'll make sure you get them.
Thanks, appreciate that.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you again. Been waiting a long time. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Crystal Bach-Thiessen. I live at 1016 South 8th Street, so just in our backyard here. So close to home, yet so far away after all this. I am the current president of the South Salt Creek Community Organization, and I come here today to express the support of our neighborhood organization's board for the flood protection updates. South Salt Creek neighborhood lies directly east of the Salt Creek itself, and it runs all the way from O Street clear down to past Van Dorn, right next to the creek. We're one of the oldest neighborhoods in the city. We're also a neighborhood that's often overlooked in terms of financial funding support as a low-income neighborhood. Settled by immigrant families in the 1870s, much of the neighborhood is in a landmark historic district. So we very much celebrate our past, but we also believe strongly in the future of the neighborhood as an affordable, a very diverse, and a thriving place to call home. Both the history and the future of the neighborhood are inextricably connected to Salt Creek itself. Prior to the levees being constructed in the 1960s, the homes in our neighborhood faced severe flooding and loss every time a major storm hit Lincoln. Yet today, even though we have these levees, flooding and flood protections, of course, they continue to be a significant concern for our neighborhood. As recently as 2015, the neighborhood was impacted severely by flooding, as you are all aware. Some neighbors of ours were rescued through emergency evacuation. Many faced significant loss. And just to highlight once again, the majority of our neighborhood not only lies in the flood plain, but is of low income, making a significant loss devastating and especially difficult to recover from. Between 2019 and 2021, South Salt Creek board members served as neighborhood representatives on the Salt Creek Resiliency Stakeholder Committee and the drainage workshops hosted by the Lincoln Chamber of Commerce. We worked together with technical consultants and experts to better understand how changing climate and increasing rainfall totals presented additional challenges and risks, not just to our neighborhood, but to homes and businesses across our communities that are especially located within the floodplain. The study, as we all have seen, has showed how the flood maps don't accurately reflect the depth of the floodwaters, and the final study and report contain recommendations on how to increase these flood protections for our community. The proposal approved unanimously by the Planning Commission and now being considered by City Council contains many of these recommendations. There's been good discussion on the impacts to older neighborhoods with increased protections. And it is definitely understood that there is a cost to building safely, and the city has resources to help close affordability gaps. Updating the standards is necessary so that people choosing to make a substantial investment in their home or their business know that they are building safely and that that investment is protected. We know these updates are just one small part of a number of flood protection strategies that the city has underway and will continue into the future. These flood protection updates are an important step, and we urge City Council to pass them. South Salt Creek Community Organization appreciates having been involved in these important conversations and policies, and we look forward to continuing to work together for strong neighborhoods and communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Very well said. Any questions? Thanks for being
Council.
here.
Thank you.
Next testifier of this.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ken Winston. I'm appearing on behalf of the Nebraska Sierra Club and Nebraska Interfaith Power and Light. I'd like to indicate that we support many of the statements that have been made earlier by Gene Hanlon and Marilyn McNabb and Foster Collins, and I'm nowhere near as articulate as the woman who just spoke with you, but I'm just going to share some thoughts about the reasons we support this. Well, first of all, we wanted to say how important the adoption of the Climate Action Plan was in March of 2021. And I know that many of you were here and you supported that, and so thank you for doing that. And that's a significant step. But one of the things that in the Climate Action Plan was it talked about the importance of addressing flood control, and Marilyn McNabb very articulately talked about that, and about the impacts, about the fact that the communities that are most impacted are low-income communities, and just as was testified by the previous speaker. So we think that it's important to take these steps to support the steps that are being presented here tonight. And actually, I guess one of the things that we'd say is that they don't go as far as what are contemplated by the Climate Action Plan. The Climate Action Plan would actually say that you should do more. And I have a feeling that climate change is going to say that we should be doing more. And the impacts, we don't know what's going to happen next, but very likely it's going to be worse than what we've experienced so far. And as has previously been indicated, flooding is a major environmental justice issue. Low-income and minority residents often live in these floodplains, and because that's where the housing they can afford is located. However, we believe it's time to stop allowing continuing development that puts low-income and minority residents at risk from dangerous conditions like these. Then there's been quite a bit of talk about delay and about more study, and I know, I mean, we all like Kent Seacrest, he's a good guy, right? So, but I guess I wonder what more study would do. This is a very thorough and, well, there's a lot of stuff in here. And Kent Seacrest's name is on the front of it. I mean, if he wanted more information, he could have asked for more study at that time when that was being done, when it was being put together. So it's unclear what would be, what further study would lead to. And there's been numerous amendments that have been offered and accepted so far. So what are we going to gain from more study? To be quite frank, the likely impacts of extreme weather events during the next 6 months are more likely than any kind of benefits that might result from further delay. And then regarding further outreach to the community, I noticed that the people who are calling for more outreach to the community are developers who are already involved in the conversations, and the neighborhood associations are here saying, we're ready to have a decision made. So they're not asking to have more delay. And as far as we're concerned, the amendments that are being offered are not a compromise. They're concessions. And if there are going to be concessions offered that way, then we think, well, we're going to come back and say, well, why don't we get to ask for more concessions from our direction as well? Now, as was previously indicated, opposition related to affordable housing, we think that's a red herring. There's lots of proposals, there's lots of ways that affordable housing can be developed, but it has nothing to do with this particular issue. And then finally, I guess the thing that I wanted to mention is that provisions that protect our natural areas are some of the things that attract people to Lincoln. I mean, if you look at surveys about communities in the, am I out of time?
No, 1 minute.
Okay, all right. I thought I had another minute. When there's surveys about the best places to live in the country, Lincoln lands on those surveys, and it's not because of the fact of, because we have more concrete, it's because we have more natural areas, because we have trails, because we have great parks, we have great schools. And so, and it also is because of the fact we take care of our people. And I guess let's make sure having a few more acres of green space may help save some lives. It may also enhance the value of the properties around it. It actually could be an economic benefit to the community to have more acres of green space while we're also creating these flood control provisions. And I guess if there's further amendments, we're also interested in looking at those amendments. And I guess I keep coming back to the thing that Foster said. Let's make sure there's no adverse impact. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Ken. Any questions? Right. Thank you very much.
Hopefully I'm the last one. Hi, I'm Gary Irvin, and I'm with Salt Creek. I live in the house I live in at 645D. Got myself. But anyway, I've lived there for 50 years. I've witnessed, everybody talks about the one in 15, but there was a couple others before that. So, we need to really kind of look at it. Where I live, the 100-year floodplain is a block away from me. The 500-year floodplain goes up right along my west property line. So I'm vested in knowing where it's at. It was mentioned earlier about the Beatrice flood. I witnessed that. I was there as a kid, smaller kid, but and I did see a lot of that where the grocery store was flooded, all that, and you need to go back and look at how they remedied that. There's a lot of places that we need to look at of how they remedied some of these things that have happened before. I know when I was on the design for the Antelope Valley, they took us to Kansas City and we watched that. They've done a lot of things too there. We can do it too. The thing is, I'm almost positive that about 30 years ago we asked for a new FEMA, but we were told at that time it's too expensive. We can't afford it. But what can't we afford? Because what's the price of somebody's life? It hasn't been, we've had floods down south and here, and that's taken people's lives. What are they worth? Are they worth not doing something? This is one step. Maybe we need to do this step and then just keep on walking. Don't stop until we get this whole project done. And that way we know that nobody has to have a house that they have to clean out or somebody gets killed. That's about all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. Yeah. Any questions? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present wanting to testify on this issue? Anyone else? Would you like to close? And then we can take a break. We'd like.
Sure. We have a short closing. If there were any questions that we needed to address from council members before that had come up during the testimony, we're happy to do that.
Okay. Councilwoman Washington.
Thank you very much. I have one question. And this came up, I think, with Mr. Kruger's testimony. Would 404 permits be disallowed if we adopt these recommendations?
No, 404 permits would still be allowed. There are other impacts that require 404 permits other than just shifting channels. But there are, if a delineated stream extended past that 40 acres and the developer wanted to fill that in, they would have to get a core permit.
Okay. So our recommendations have not eliminated the ability to shift a corridor under a 404 permit.
Correct.
All right.
We still have a mitigation allowance that
Okay.
says if you want to shift it, you can mitigate those impacts.
Okay. And I look forward to seeing the next set of amendments and making certain that at least, the NRD gets a copy.
Other questions? Councilman Shob.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Gentlemen, thanks for coming forward. There are a couple things that I am still a little fuzzy on. And if you're going to get to them in your closing, you can say we'll talk about that later. But the first one is the dirt filling lots, raising houses, raising floor plans, filling the whole development with soil. I'm not sure. I'm still fuzzy on what we're asking, what the current standard is.
So that you can, if you want to bring up your slide, but
that's
essentially right. And thank you for pointing out that it is the current standard. The current standard, when we say lowest floor really in your mind, you need to think that's the building. So it's really just identifying the lowest floor of the building and it needs to come up. So under the current standard, if you're doing that significant improvement over 50% or building new, and you're not subdividing or replatting, then you just need to bring up the lowest floor, just the building. Just bring up the building. Most of those circumstances are just the building.
When you're saying just the building, I hear the foundation and everything.
Sure, the lowest floor, but you can do it in a number of
Lowest
ways. So the footprint of that building.
I hear
Yeah.
lowest floor
Yeah.
and the building as two different things. Those are confusing to me.
Okay, so then you have the building, the lowest floor of the building has to come up, and you can do that by either putting dirt under it, or you could put block under it with flow-through vents. You can do any number of ways, but the lowest floor of the building has to come up so that it meets the new freeboard standard.
Okay.
Not the whole lot, just the lowest floor of the building, when they describe those circumstances into lowest floor. There are some circumstances when the buildable lot has to all come up.
Explain that, please.
And again, and I can defer to Tim in those too, but typically in a new development area, you would go out and take your parcel. If you had floodplain on it, typically a mitigation strategy would be that you would identify an outlot for the floodplain.
In the existing floodplain, no expansion of the floodplain.
Correct.
As it exists today.
Correct. So you may have a parcel in that example that Tim showed where some floodplain came onto it. In that circumstance, you'd want to put an outlot where the floodplain was, and you'd want to have a buildable lot where you want to put your buildings. Where you want to put your buildings, you'd build that up, where you'd have the outlot where you might put your green space or your parking lot or other things. You want to leave that down. You might have your detention in it, so you actually definitely want to leave it down. So you have some options in those new areas. Even though it says you're going to bring up the buildable lot, it doesn't always mean the whole parcel. You can use this. You can use your subdivision to designate which ones are buildable lots and which ones are outlots. You could use a CUP or a PUD to do that same kind of tool. So there is flexibility. So there are those two circumstances. When do I bring up the lowest floor, meaning just the building, not the lot? And when do I bring up the lot, which doesn't mean the whole parcel, but just the buildable lot? And it's the key to that is the replatting and the subdivision. If you're in an older neighborhood, it's almost always just the building footprint. Does that help?
It did. That did help.
And the key when we look at whether a building is in the floodplain or not is whether the floodwaters touch that building. So we're really looking at the lowest ground next to that building. So if the ground that touches that building is below the floodplain elevation, then now that building is in the floodplain, whether or not the floor is up here above it or down below. So with subdivision, we're creating new lots, new development. We want to ensure that those buildings are going to be out of the floodplain, so that the ground around those buildings is up high. If we have a lot that's already in the floodplain today, we allow buildings to be built on that lot, and we know that building is going to be in the floodplain. We just want to ensure that the floor is above the floodwaters so that the people and possessions within that building are protected. But we know that structure is still going to be in the floodplain. They're still going to have flood insurance. But any new lots that are being created, we want the ground to be raised up so that the building is actually out of the FEMA floodplain. They're not going to be required to pay flood insurance, as well as then also ensuring that the floor is up as well, because you don't not only have water on the surface, you have it can be seeping through the ground. We don't want water getting into the basement of that building newly built on that fill.
My other question, Madam Chair, thanks for accommodating me, is we often see people come to us with development plans and they ask for waivers. Would the waiver process still be in place for if we pass these new regulations? Could someone say, yeah, I know the new regulations exist, but I'd like to have a waiver and here are the reasons why?
Yeah, that waiver would still exist. The key is we can't be waiving our standards below state minimum standards. So if there's a waiver that as the city, we have agreed we have an increased standard that's higher than the state because we want to protect our development, I believe those standards can be waived if there's reasonable justification for those waivers, but can't be waived below state or FEMA minimum standards.
Thank you both. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good question, yes. Any other questions? Okay. Would you like to go ahead and
Sure.
close?
Just again, thank you for the opportunity and the patience. It's a complicated issue. Lots of people have things to say, so we appreciate everyone who came down to and spoke. A couple things I just want to touch on, and then we'll just finish is there was a lot of conversation about that we have higher local standards than the state or than FEMA requires, and in fact we do. And that's one of the driving reasons that Lincoln enjoys 25% lower flood insurance costs than other communities across the nation. So in the previous decades when we adopted those higher standards, that's contributed not only to the safety of the community, but to those lower flood protections that are in place right now for the flood protection programs. So we believe those have served the community well over those intervening decades and should continue. Just again to point out that it's been a good process. We've had a good time engaging in it. We've talked to a lot of different people. I also want to point out, and we talked about this at Planning Commission, disagreeing on a few pieces at the end. Roy talked about this, other people talked about this also, does not mean that the process has not been robust. In fact, I would argue it's just the opposite. I think it's an indicator that the process has been quite good. The fact that we've taken a complicated issue and we've been able to find solutions and worked for the last 16 months, Tim and his team, to be able to find a way to shape the proposal in a way that it brings it closer together. In the end, the council's going to have to make some decisions, but I think it's an indication that the process has worked and it's worked well. I think in terms of engagement, it's fascinating. Almost everybody who came in to testify indicated that they'd had some inclusion in this process. Many of the people that came down on both sides of the issue said that they'd been on the stakeholder committees and the working groups that had helped develop the process. So they've been involved and had an opportunity to shape the proposal. In terms of collaboration and ongoing, it exists. All the strategies that we talked about, and we mentioned them in our PowerPoint too, but updating the flood protections, doing the remapping, doing structural, and looking at funding, those are happening. Those are happening. The city is engaging in those, and we are collaborating with private partners and want to continue to collaborate and do even more with those private partners. Tim outlined the ways in which those are happening. The updates we're talking about today, the structural solutions we're getting grants for, the watershed master plan that you recently approved, has those improvements that are happening even as we speak. The important thing to remember is they all have different timelines. We're engaging on all four of those things. We're working with partners. We're going to continue to do that, but they all have very different timelines. And so waiting for the last one to potentially be discussed or to be put in place is not the strategy that we support. We need to take them as their steps, that they all begin to move forward in this combined strategy to provide the protections that we need. So that's kind of where we land in the very end, is that we don't believe it's an either or. We believe it's a yes and for all the things that's in front of us. We believe that it's important to take these steps and adopt these protections. We can and are moving forward with all those strategies. I think in the end, adopting these strategies and making sure that we don't back up on any of our standards is important to provide safety for the community, equity for those neighborhoods that exist now, and more importantly, those neighborhoods that exist in the future. What I find most compelling, both at Planning Commission for the people that testify now, is let's don't have another Planning Commission and another City Council 10 years from now, 20 years from now, having the same conversation about neighborhoods that got put into danger because we didn't put appropriate protections in place for them now. So we appreciate your time and the ability to stand up and talk about the proposal.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? All right. We will, thank you, Tim, as well.
Thank you.
We're at the 2-hour mark again. Before we finish the items on the agenda, why don't we take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 5 till 8, 7:55. Oh, really?
Who?
That sounds good. Double cheeseburger.
That's great.
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman Bowers, for that hammer hit. That was very effective. All right. I will ask our clerk to start us in our next section, item number 6. I do believe. When you're ready.
Item 6A, text amendment 22008, request of the City of Lincoln Planning Department to amend Lincoln Municipal Code Section 27.63.075, academies, private school, community colleges, colleges, or other post-secondary education facilities in Section 27.63.080. Healthcare facilities, non-residential, to allow Planning Commission to adjust the height requirement of a district to provide flexibility in placement of buildings provided there is no significant adverse effect on existing or reasonably anticipated future uses in the surrounding area, and repealing sections 27.63.075 and 27.63080 as hereto existing. Introduced by Beckius.
So moved.
Second?
Seconded by Raybold. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Washington,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 6B is change of zone 22032, application of Alexander Company for a change from P Public Use District to P Public Use District with landmark overlay on zoning designation property generally located at 440 South 8th Street. Introduced by Beckius.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Bowers. Further discussion? Councilman McGinnis.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we put this on indefinite pending at this point.
I'll second.
Seconded by Bowers. Discussion? Yes. Councilman McGinnis, go ahead.
Yes, what I would, the reason I'd like to do this is because at this point, the Public Building Commission hasn't decided when they could move out. City hasn't decided that they're even going to put this on the market or when they would have this on the market. It hasn't been declared surplus. There hasn't been any marketing on this facility. So I'd like to wait and not encumber it with the historic credits at this point. If the person coming along who wants to buy it enters into a contract that we agree to that would like to have the credits, we could pull this off and get it done fairly quickly. I'd rather do pending than I would just to kill this. Because if we did, it would have to probably go back through the committees and such. This way, all it is sitting on our agenda that we would pull off and to approve. So
And that
I'd like
was
to see that. And who knows, maybe this buyer might be the buyer, and they can come on and come back to us.
And that was for no date certain, did you say?
Yeah, date
Okay.
uncertain.
Date uncertain, all right. Other discussion? I'm sorry, Councilwoman Washington?
Thank you. Councilman McGinnis, I understand all your reasons why you want to move this to pending. I've talked to a couple of directors, and I would like to ask one more staff question before we vote, because there were two different tax credits. I think that the applicant, or the person who's not yet an applicant, but let's say the planning department, because they're the people who actually have moved this forward. There's two tax credits, one at the state and one at the Fed, and I'd like to understand the state tax credit and someone had said that there was a timing deadline. So I'd like Director Carey to explain the timing deadline again, and what's the implication if we were to put this on pending. And then I asked you a question at director's meeting about the state.
Yes, David Carey, Director of the Planning Department. So the benefit of having a very long hearing before this is I did get some answers to some questions, so that is helpful.
Glass half full.
So there's some a little bit more background here that probably will inform your decision-making process a little bit more.
The applicant actually, we found out late this afternoon that because there's a Part 1, which would be the actual landmark designation for getting, qualifying for the state historic tax credit through SHPO, there's also Part 2. And we learned this afternoon that Part 2 can be submitted before Part 1 has been approved. And by doing that, the applicant already has locked into the opportunity to get this year's tax credits, which do sunset on December 31st. So the purpose of the applicant for the tax credit part of this is already in place if they so choose to go forward with that next year sometime, which would be most likely after a process that we would do surplus property and whatnot. So that part of it has become more clear to us as well.
So if you wouldn't mind, let me ask a question so I know that I understood. If we vote for pending, we've not interrupted their ability to get a tax credit in the future on this property.
Based on this information that we learned today, that is correct.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Shob.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was my question also. Just one more. If we vote to put this on pending, we won't inhibit the person from getting a 2022 tax credit.
Correct.
I think this is a yearly tax credit.
That tax credit, as of right now, is going to sunset at the end of this calendar year. It is undetermined whether or not it's going to come back and be available in future years. So that we don't know.
So there is no 2022 is the only tax credit at this
for
point
now.
in time.
Correct.
I thought it was an annual one. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions or further discussion? Anything else on this? Okay, well, we have a pending motion with no further discussion. Thank you, Director Carey. Please call the vote. This is on Councilman McGinnis's motion to put on pending, no date certain. Okay, so please call the vote.
Bowers?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Washington?
No.
Raybold?
Yes.
Shob?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Motion carried, 6-1.
And now to the main motion.
We wouldn't have made motion?
I
'cause
like
we're
to, I just
voted
wanted to
pay.
say that.
Okay.
Because I didn't know what else to say.
See if anybody's awake.
I know.
paying attention, yes.
I know. I just don't know. I was pretty blurry and,
I
you
am
know.
still awake. Thank
Okay,
you.
just checking. Just checking to see if you're listening. No, actually, I didn't know. Okay, never mind. Moving on, please.
This is 6C.
Item 6C, approving the 10th and O Apartments redevelopment project redevelopment agreement between the city and 1030 O Apartments LLC relating to the redevelopment of property generally located at 1030 O Street, introduced by Beckius.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Raybold. Any discussion? Councilman McGinnis.
Yes, I'd like to move a motion to amend number 1, and it's basically adopting the substitute Exhibit C to the attachment A. So we're changing out amended. This will be the amended Exhibit C for this plan.
Second.
Seconded by Washington. Further discussion? All right, seeing none, please call the vote on motion to adopt motion number 1, please.
Bowers?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Shob?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Motion carried, 7-0.
Now to the main motion?
Bowers?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Shob?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Motion carried, 7-0. Item 6D, amending the fiscal year 2022-23 CIP to authorize and appropriate $3,750,000 in TIF funds for the 10th and O Apartments redevelopment project and $250,000 upon receipt for the City of Lincoln Affordable Housing Project, introduced by Beckius.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by McGinnis. Further discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Raybold?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Shob?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 6E is authorizing the issuance of tax allocation bonds for the 10th and O Apartments redevelopment project in amount not to exceed $3,750,000 in tax increment financing, introduced by Beckius.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by McGinnis. Further discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Okay. That concludes Section 6, our ordinance's third reading and related resolutions. Section 7 is our resolutions first reading, or items 7A through 7O. Ordinance's first reading and related resolutions is Section 8 of our agenda. Those are items 8A through 8H. Then our pending list are items 9A through 9B.
Tonight is public comment evening, and anyone wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda or not planned to appear on a future agenda, please come on forward. You have 5 minutes to speak on any other topic.
Richard Howerson, and before I came down here, I didn't have a topic to address you. I do now. It's to the Lincoln Transportation Department. If you're going to cut the bus's hours by 4 or 5 hours, pull the schedules from the library or whatever, or put a sign up there so people aren't standing in the rain for half an hour waiting for a bus that's not going to come. I read the paper every day. I didn't see this coming until tonight. When all of a sudden, why are these buses out of service? Well, they stopped running around, depends where they're at, 6:30. And there's, again, there was a couple other people waiting across the street for a bus too, so I guess I'm not the only one left in the dark. But and again, I guess if it's permanent, it's going to be a permanent reduction. I'd say just have them call the libraries. Well, this is where I got this from the library. Say, hey, you mind pulling our schedules, you know? Well, thank you.
Sure, thank you for bringing that forward. Any other comments? All right.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adjourn. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, would you please call the vote?
Raybold.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
We are adjourned.